Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Yeah. Why are you sounding back? What? Yo, 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 yo. That works. Yo, what's up? And I'm trying to get this right.
No worries, I'm just starting drawing my Twitter stuff. Okay.
Alright.
I'll get my show started, once we're ready to go, and I'll tell you when, or I'll unmute myself,
And I lost my camera. This is gonna be weird.
I think I'm ready. I'm just tweaking it now. But I think you'll work, so. Alright. Make sure. screen.
Hmm.
Hang on, Nicosia. I gotta disconnect my camera or deactivate my camera on OBS. Really.
I'm through with watching the chat of other streamers on Twitch. It's like I'm never gonna make it and I hate to bitch. My channel hasn't turned out quite the way I want it to be. I want some cool emotes and a ton of awesome mods. 1,000 people watching me play COD. A huge land room that's big enough for 10 plus me. I need 1,000 follows in every stream. A HD camera with a big green screen. Gonna join the 60 FPS club in 1080p. I want the best connection I can possibly get. The kind of PC rig that makes the nerds get wet. Running quad SLI and lots of SSDs. I'm never gonna sleep, I'll always be online. I got a ton of coffee, so I'll just be fine. Well, we all just wanna be big Twitch stars, hanging out at conventions with the VIP bars. The games come easy and the merch comes cheap. With Jacks on caffeine, so we just won't sleep. And we'll hang out with the coolest dudes. Gonna play multiplayer.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All the noobs. Every PC fanboy's gonna end up there. All the cosplay girlies with their colored hair. And hey, hey, I wanna be a Twitch star. Hey, hey, I wanna be a Twitch star. I'm gonna play all the latest games.
I just put the Discord on my streaming rig so I can have a camera. I haven't flushed out all the sound yet.
I'm gonna pimp my rig with the latest graphics. Do a retro stream where I can play the classics. Gonna get my sponsorship and all my gadgets for free.
But why don't you go ahead and please?
I'm never gonna sleep, I'll always be online. I got a ton of coffee, so I'll just be fine. Well, we all just wanna
Yeah,
be big
definitely.
Twitch stars,
Actually,
hanging
let
out
me
at
just
conventions with the VIP bars. The games come
Well,
easy and the merch
I'm Don
comes
Lacosi.
cheap.
I do a lot of gaming, shooter games, things like that most part. I've been getting back into no problem. Well, my name is Val Lacosi. I'm a streamer on Twitch and YouTube. We just started doing YouTube recently. I do a lot of shooters, FPS, third person, and we just started getting back into Dauntless, is a Monster Hunter type game. And I first started on Twitch like I think it was 2016. Man, it's been a while. It's been quite a few years. Just doing it for fun. It's a hobby thing. I have a lot of fun doing it. We started with streaming, what was that, Elite Dangerous. I still love that game. That game is near and dear to my heart. Still on my system. Play it in VR all the time. It's some great stuff. I really love that game still.
With Jacks on caffeine, so we never sleep. And we'll hang out with the coolest dudes. Gonna play multiplayer, killing all the news. Every PC fanboy's gonna end up there. All the cosplay girlies with their colors.
Yeah, to me it's just my upper back and with the VR headset. I don't know. I need to get a little more active, get my back in better shape, but it is what it is. Quarantine really made me lazy, which is not a good thing.
Hey, hey, I wanna be a Twitch star.
I really am not what. Probably the hell. Right now.
Yeah, like I try to leave the house more often now that I've tried to at least leave the house once a week. even if it's just, you're just talking about like walking out the front door, just going outside every once in a while. I try to do that actually more like a few times a week now. Actually leaving the house and going somewhere maybe like once every 2 weeks. I might go to like the grocery store or something like that. I tell you one great thing that came out of this. I spent a hell of a lot less money in gas. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, I only say I wouldn't say gas prices are going down or up, but probably steady a lot less. I mean, I've done a lot of changes to my rig, especially on my end. I finally decided to get a wire for my gaming laptop. Since now it's dedicated to doesn't seem to be hiccuping this right because I actually can do 1080 streams at 30 FPS, which may not be
The greatest they can be, but I know I can handle it. So, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And it's at 3,000 KB, so it's been fairly smooth for the most part, and not a lot of hiccups reviewing a lot of my older or my current footage, but
Yeah, it's nice when you're able to hash out some better quality. It feels good. I can tell you that, especially when you get the settings right. It's like this sense of pride that wells up in you. It's like, yeah, I did that. That's all me. I love that feeling. It is. And you probably know, especially when it comes to sound. At least for me, sound is my Achilles heel when it comes to streaming. Getting the sound absolutely right is a pain in my behind.
Yeah, I mean, I learned recently from another streamer. You may not know him, but his name is Snoop Dogg. That one of the things I had a problem with, especially with this mic, was my gain was actually up way too high, so I ended up redlining and I didn't even know about it. So, that was a mistake on my part, and nobody ever told me because nobody actually was listening to the sound or knew that my sound or my mic had a gain function, and I just turned it up too high. So,
yeah. Like I seem to be running across that. It's so funny because what comes across the stream is completely different from what I hear in my headset. Like sometimes I feel like I'm like, God, this game is too loud, and I go back and listen to it. I'm like, it's not that bad. And I really can't trust these OBS meters no more because sometimes it'd be like the sweet spot used to be like right in the yellow. Like the in the yellow is loud, but it's not too loud. Right. And someone can easily adjust on their side to where it's not going to blow their eardrums out because everyone has different settings. But like in the green, like now that's not necessarily true. Like sometimes I'll have sound effects that will hit the red, so that should tell me, yo, that is way too loud. It's not. Call of Duty does it all the time, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. When I go back and watch I'm like, yeah, it's a little louder. It's louder on the game than I usually play, but it's not drowning me out. It's not drowning out the music. Just hearing the explosion like that. I love the way my Call of Duty streams come out, and I just had to ignore that because it was it drove me out the wall, and I'm like, all right, I can't really trust these meters right now.
Yeah, I've noticed that myself, especially recording my own videos. It's like I've noticed that a lot of times I am, especially on YouTube, a lot of times I'm just way too dang quiet because my audio meter, it's like it's right around the green to yellow, and yet it's just too quiet for the sound when I listen to it being played back through like Sony Vegas or whatever, So it's like, Anyway, I mean, what are your thoughts about like Ninja kind of returning? Because I know I've been watching Ninja, and he's been returning with like a lot of Valorant and a lot of Among Us recently. But I mean, like, what are your thoughts about that? Because I know it seems like Ninja's back, at least for the moment.
Yeah. I'm glad to see that a streamer like him came back to the platform. That's always a good thing. But at
Hmm.
the same time, me personally, I don't really
Hmm.
like him.
Yeah.
He reminds Among Us, because I don't watch his other stuff.
Hmm.
I watch some of his Among Us streams, and for
Hmm.
me, he acts too much like XQC while playing that game,
Hmm.
and taking
Right.
the I understand where he's coming from about being competitive. There's being
Hmm.
competitive, and then there's being toxic. And
Hmm.
him and
Hmm.
XQC go way, way over the line. Um,
Right.
I mean, in the respects of Among Us, I'm like, everyone has different personalities. I don't expect them to be.
Hmm.
I mean,
Right.
you're. It's a game of deception. You're trying to deceive people so you can kill them, and and
Hmm.
be tie the crewmate so you can control the ship.
Hmm.
I understand the premise of the game, but
Yeah.
you still have to be cordial. You're not cordial
Hmm.
whatsoever. I mean, Ninja's not as bad as XQC. It's nowhere near as bad as XQC.
Hmm.
It's to the
Right.
point where a lot of people don't even want to play with XQC anymore. Just like, nah, dude, you're just toxic as fuck. I'm like, it was great for
Hmm.
content for a little while, but now it's just
Hmm.
my viewers hate it. So
Right.
other people
Right.
that play with them will leave. Um,
Hmm.
I mean, Ninja's not as bad, but there's times where, like I said, being cordial. So over talk
Hmm.
somebody, even if he's not imposter. Like I let it slide when people are imposters because they're trying to control the vote and things like that. So I let it
Hmm.
slide when people are when they're not even imposter. You're a crewmate. I'm
Hmm.
like, do you out for the imposters? Way, way, way.
Hmm.
So things like 50-50s and things like that is how a crewmate should be playing the game to get the imposters out. But he'll
Hmm.
be like just yelling over people, not giving them a chance to talk. And when you find a body or
Hmm.
hit the button, there's a microphone that or a megaphone, whatever you want to call it, goes on
Hmm.
whoever called the meeting. So the person that called the
Yeah.
meeting is supposed to run the meeting. Well, so we're not necessarily run the meeting, but have first say, like give out the information they have, why they press the button, and that he doesn't even a lot of
Hmm.
times doesn't even allow that to happen. So
Hmm.
the best process about it is whoever calls a meeting gives their information, and then you just start going down the list: who was where, who was doing what. Give them like
Hmm.
10 seconds to explain or 5 seconds to explain because you don't have all that all day. But
Yeah.
you have
Mhm.
Ninja and XQC will just start over, like I said, yelling over people, not letting people talk, not letting information
Mhm.
get out there, and then end up
Mhm.
calling someone sus that didn't get a chance to speak because they're over talking them. And it's just like, okay, now
Mhm.
you're just kind of ruining the game at that point. And
Yeah.
like I said, Ninja isn't as bad. I just don't like it because he does still do it quite a bit.
Mhm.
At least I feel like at least once a game he's like yelling over talking somebody, and I'm just like, come on, man! Like you're supposed to be a
Yeah.
crewmate helping each other out. Then all of a sudden, sus gets thrown around, and the imposters end up winning, and it's just like,
Yeah.
oh my god, dude! If we
Um,
just were quiet for a minute, the song would have gave themselves away.
yeah. I mean, I get that. I even see it a lot of times when Ninja's playing with someone like Cypher PK. It's like both Cypher PK and Ninja sometimes can go a little overboard if you listen to how they talk to each other. A lot of times.
Yeah,
But again,
yeah, and the stuff after round, like right before they go mute and go back into the game, the stuff that the garbage that's said after round is just like, wow,
mm,
dude, really? That had nothing to do with what was going on. It's just kind of like taking
yeah.
jabs at people and things like that. Like, oh, you're idiots, you're going to lose us the game, things like that. I'm like,
Hmm.
no one's going to want to play
Mm.
like that. And
Yeah.
when it comes to Among, I've watched a lot of Among Us. I actually just bought it
Mhm.
2 days ago on my PC.
Yeah.
I have it on my always had it on my phone for free, but I just bought it on PC.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
God, the game is so much fun. It really
Yeah.
is. But like when it
Yeah.
comes to watching thing is I was watching it for a while, like even
Mhm.
before like the big everyone jumping into it. Like I was like watching some videos back in 2018. The game was
Mhm.
released. I'm like, dude, this looks like so much fun. It reminds me of kind of like a what do you call it, Jack in the Box
Mhm.
game? Not really, because Jack in the Box is mostly like words and things like that, but just the little
Yeah.
simple characters and things like that. I'm like, that's pretty freaking sweet. And
Yeah.
and lately, like H2O Delirious, huge YouTube. I just realized how huge he was
Mhm.
the other day. Dude has like 12 and a half
Mhm.
million subscribers. Fucking, I love
Yeah.
watching his Among Us streams, cartoons. His buddy he plays with. I think
Mhm.
Valkyrie, who plays with
Yeah.
Ninja every now and then. They've been having a little tiff
Mhm.
with that game going on.
Yeah.
Um, we see Dead Squirrel. I was watching XQC. Yeah, I just
Mhm.
couldn't stomach that stuff anymore. Like
Yeah.
like I understand what, because XQC and Ninja have the same mindset about being competitive. Like,
Mhm.
not competitive, why are you even playing? Understandable.
Well, I mean, it's something, and it's an interesting thought because, at the end of the day, and I was having this talk with one DJ Hyde, because we were talking about this before, and the thing is, that competitive scene, I think, is kind of what drives a lot of these people, especially like when you look at games like Apex Legends Season 7 just dropped. Steam got a release for it. So now Steam players can play it through Steam if they wanted to. And you still have the Origin players. You have, the beta crossplay going on now. And it's like there's a lot of things that are just trying to bring the game back up. And I think like that competitive nature and the competitive scene of it is starting to really show that people are, more actively interested in the competitive nature of the game. And, obviously with that competitive nature, it kind of drives that, so-called kind of toxicity based behavior,
Yeah,
I guess you could say, you
but
know what I
like
mean?
I understand that when I'm
Mhm.
like, but Apex Legends has a competitive mode, you know? And
Yeah.
there, like, don't get me wrong. Like, sometimes you get in your feels. It happens to me. You know,
Mhm.
I'm not playing competitive, but sometimes in a normal game, I'm like, why? What is my teammate doing? And I think about, yeah, I'm being
Yeah.
competitive, but I need to realize
Yeah.
at the same time that I'm not in the
Mhm.
competitive game mode. So this is where people come to practice.
Mhm.
Are you having problems hearing me? Am I cutting in and out?
You sound fine. You sound
Okay.
absolutely fine. I've not heard a cutout at all.
Oh, good, good,
Like
good.
recently, I've not heard a cutout at all. I know during some of our past talks and past times when we were doing things, yeah, there were maybe a cutout here and there, but I have not heard a cutout at all during this whole
Yeah,
conversation right
okay,
now.
good. Because my little meter is coming close to the line where it's supposed to close. So I'm like, oh shit, I just
Mhm.
noticed that. All right, if it's not cutting out, that's good. All right, but
Uh-huh.
like like
Yeah.
like I said, with Apex Legends, they have a competitive mode. Games like Among Us. Among Us is a party
Mhm.
game. Is like
Mhm.
there's you be competitive, but
Mhm.
not that serious. There is no, MLG or was it
Mhm.
ESL? Whatever. How many different ones they got out there?
I
There's no
There's a
organization
lot.
pushing competitive Among Us.
Mhm.
And I don't think there will ever be, because there's actually certain tactics you can take in the game
Mhm.
as crewmates and pretty much guarantee your win.
Yeah.
you're really
That's
only
true.
you're really like the only way to bust some of those things is just uh
Mhm.
having a someone on your team screwing it up. Like literally,
Yeah, that's true.
one way you can absolutely win the game as crewmate, right?
Mhm.
Everyone
Mhm.
travels together separately. If you can organize it, like you can just
Yeah.
move as a group through the
Mhm.
entire map,
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
and then you can just set it to where um just move, just like I said, move as a group. Even when someone hits
Yeah.
O2 because you have to be in two different places at once. You have enough time to turn off one of the O2s and go around through like map to the other O2, still turn it off with like 8 seconds to spare. And then the reactor, you have to be two different places at once. But the map I predominantly play, it's in the same room. It's in the reactor.
Right.
The room's pretty freaking big. Like other maps, it's not exactly doable because the two switches are opposite ends on the top and things like that. But for two of the maps, like it's right there, so everyone can go there, and then don't need everybody doing a task. And when you do a task, the UI covers the screen. It just people just watch. And then that's how I kind of play Among Us. Like I still do my tasks as a crewmate, but I'll sit there and watch people. I was like in the 2 days I've been actually playing, I think like 25% of the time I catch someone venting, jumping into a vent, because I'm just watching from outside the door. Or I'll watch someone get killed and I'll go report the body and things like that. It's really tough because I noticed with the pug groups and doing text chatting that whoever gets their accusation off first usually wins. And there's people think that individuals do a lot of self-reporting. Some people do. It's not as prevalent as most of the people that play the game think. But it's there, and I've gotten voted off because like, oh, it's a self-report, and I'm still in the middle of typing what's going on, and I'll finally put it out there. There's like, well, we don't believe you. I'm like this dude watched me scan. Like, what are you talking about? And people forget things from previous rounds all the time. And then one game, and I like they were arguing. I'm like, listen, this is very easy. I'm like for some reason we didn't vote this guy out last round, the round before. I'm like, I saw the guy vent the very first round. I'm like, just vote him off, end up winning the game. I'm like, I don't know why it took so long to vote this guy off. We voted the first guy off. Basically, someone caught the first imposter in the middle of the kill, like saw the body drop, and they voted him out the first round. The first round, I saw the other dude vent. I'm like, all right, we need to go back in and vote this guy out. So I go the second round. I go press the button when it was available, and somehow we got a tie vote. I saw him vent Nav. We already did this in the first round. They let him ride. Yeah, they let him ride until like the fourth round, and I'm like, listen, if we don't vote this guy out right now, we're gonna lose, because he was really good. Like he was murking people quick. Like he was doing things like he'll kill someone on one side of the map, then he'll call like a sabotage on the other side of the map, so everyone goes to the other side. So then he runs over there to the other side. He even helps turn off the reactor to make him look like he's a crewmate. And it's a really good tactic. It's a really good tactic. So by the time someone actually finds the body, he's like, nah, man, he's been with me most of the time. We run around with him, and he won't kill anyone else. And I'm like, that's what it. They're like, dude was like, I don't know, and that's what I just got fed up. Like, y'all need to stop, and y'all need to vote this dude out right now.
Right. I get that.
They completely forgot about him being caught venting. And the reason why they voted Brown first, but for some reason we're supposed to come back and vote him, and it never happened until it was wild. I'm like, thank God. And it's so far. I get it. I get the like, do I trust this person? This person can be the imposter too. He's just trying to get this guy voted out, because obviously they're, for the most part, they're going to defend themselves. So they're gonna say something about you that's maybe not even true. And then I like playing with multiple imposters, so his imposter buddy will back him up. So all of a sudden now you got a 2v1 scenario because two imposters are sussing you, and you're and you're a crewmate, and that's when you do things like holding visual tasks. Like, so when I get sussed, or someone throws sus at me when I'm a crewmate, I'm like, all right, follow me to such and such task. I have it, and you can see me do it.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed, I noticed even on Among Us, like, a lot of times, especially when you got someone who's sus, they tend to, if they don't kill when someone's doing the medical scan, they tend to try to align themselves directly with the medical scan when it's going off that way. That way, it's like, oh, well, they're not suspicious or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do that all the time, but you got to be careful. That's also a
Mhm.
double-edged sword because I got caught out
Mhm.
at the end because I never killed the medical scan guy because I was using him
Mhm.
as an alibi. And it worked.
Mhm.
It got me to the end of the game, but then it came down to it. It's
Mhm.
like, oh shit, they know he's scanned, and
Mhm.
that other dude obviously is not going to vote for himself. And I was like, shit.
Yeah.
And I knew it was coming, and he was just always paired like me, him, and it was always like a third person there. It's like shit. I need to
Mhm.
kill this guy, but I can't go into a 50-50 scenario either because I was the only
Mhm.
imposter left at that point. If I got voted off, they would.
Yeah.
I'm like sitting there turning off lights, trying to catch him in the dark by himself. But the dude keeps running back and running back and running back, and I'm like, shit. Well, and I can't
Mhm.
kill the third guy because the dude
Mhm.
I'm with is fucking verified as a scan. I'm like,
Mhm. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's going to be coming out like in a few days, but I mean, what are your thoughts with Assassin's Creed Valhalla? Like, you have any thoughts about that? Because I know that's upcoming, and I know for a lot of people, this is going to be like one of the biggest games in November since Cyberpunk decided to get pushed back to December.
yeah, that's
So,
cool. I told you the truth, I thought the game was out because I seen so much gameplay people playing. I guess it was the beta. Did they drop a beta or something like that?
I don't know. I know Cyberpunk had a lot of gameplay come out because they pushed a lot of the content that they wanted to show or tease
Mm,
that it was ready to go on on November. I think it was going to be November 8th. And unfortunately, they just decided, I think because of the pandemic, that they need to push it back one more month just to try and get the PS5 copy ready, the Xbox Series X copy ready to go, the PS4 copy ready to go, the Xbox One copy ready to go, and the PC version. So they had 5 different versions that they had the beta test to
it
make
is.
sure they were all ready to go.
Yeah.
Because
I,
with
I,
Xbox X and PS5 coming, they had to make sure that those were not going to cause problems.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
funny. Like the X, the new Xbox is it's a PC, dude. It's
mhm,
hands down. It's just a PC,
mhm,
and it is funny. And I'm like, well, obviously got a beta test for the controller and a
mhm,
couple other little things that is kind of privy to Xbox
mhm,
itself. But
mhm.
basically, if it works on PC, my guy, it's going to work on the Xbox. it,
Yeah.
I understand doing a hard beta test for Sony because Sony is all
Mhm,
proprietary to Sony. Even
mhm.
their UI, their OS is all Sony stuff. So I'm like, okay, it's not
Right.
normally. I can't say not normally everyday use because a lot of people use PlayStation, but
Mhm.
it's its own thing. So you got to test for that. So it's
Yeah.
something that works on a PC and an Xbox. It doesn't necessarily work on PlayStation and a Switch.
Mhm.
I'm
Right,
like
right.
it hardware wise, even though hardware wise, PlayStation same as Xbox is having hardware compatibility because it's still PC. It's just the
Mhm.
OS they got it.
Yeah.
I just never like I understood hard testing Xbox back in the day because it had its own operating
Mhm.
system separate from Windows, but it's the
Mhm.
operating system now is Windows.
True. I mean, you look at it, Xbox Game Pass is pretty much the same thing as if you were playing it on Xbox. It's just it's on PC. Basically at this point, because they've integrated it to the point where, whatever games are on Xbox One right now pretty much work on PC, give or take.
Yeah.
without any real issues.
Like all the Xbox exclusive games or PC games at the same time. And when you buy it,
Mhm.
you literally buy the PC version. Like
Mhm.
that should tell you right away that
Mhm.
'cause Microsoft doesn't really have the time to be wasted on beta tests. They're trying to bring cash back from a system that is sold under cost.
Mhm.
Because the like back in the day, it wasn't that way, but now
Mhm.
because trying to stay competitive with the hardware out
Mhm.
there and at the
Yeah.
same time, offering a system
Mhm.
at a cheaper price and trying to keep close to the same price point year after year, maybe going up a little bit, not much,
Mhm.
so people continue to buy
Mhm.
it. Like the
Yeah.
parts they have in it now, holy
Mhm.
shit! That new Xbox
Mhm.
coming out is really fucking good. Seriously, it's
Mhm.
really freaking good. And
Yeah.
I'm like, granted, they're not uh to PC game what PC gaming level is now, but they have uh
Mhm.
something that PC didn't even have yet. I think it dropped the new it, what did they call it?
Mhm.
M.2s, the new generation M.2s. It was
Oh.
announced that Xbox and PlayStation were getting it before it even dropped for PC.
Mhm.
So like that's the only
Mhm.
thing they really had over PC. Actually released
Mhm.
now for PC. And like
Mhm.
just having that is things are not cheap.
Yeah,
They're- you're talking to
like I've said to a few people, I've kind of told a few people before. Right now, like as it stands, I'm really looking to maybe gain the RX 6000 just to replace the 580 because instead of trying to buy an RTX free 80 because it's like I'm not going to ever play on 4K. I don't think I'll ever get a 4K monitor right off the bat, and it's like what's my point of getting the 4K capability right now if I'm only going to play on 1080p, you know? And it's not like RX are not competing against RTX to at least some degree. Plus,
yeah.
I mean, if everything is as it says, this the RX 6000 might actually be the first one to actually be able to handle DirectX 12 natively without actually, needing integration or anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That dude
So,
AMD is on the
mm,
come up. Not on the come up. They're there. Um
mhm.
it's
Yeah.
crazy to watch them overtake Intel. What was that last year or the year before? They finally overtook
Yeah.
Intel, and this year they
Yeah.
finally actually overtook Intel in the gaming aspect of the processor. They finally
Mhm.
beat out and stuff. Um,
Mhm.
and now they're coming for Nvidia, and I don't know
Yeah.
if they're better than it. I didn't check it yet. I'm not sure if they posted
Mhm.
better numbers than Nvidia with their new set or compared to Nvidia's new set coming. So
Mhm.
it's it's crazy because if I wonder what's going to happen to them if they were able to get both sides of the graphics and
Mhm.
processors, and
Yeah.
and if they can do other things like get their motherboards a little more
Mhm.
prevalent, a little more uh, out
Mhm.
there. I mean, I'm a
Yeah,
Asus.
yeah.
I love my Asus
Mhm.
boards. Sus or
Mhm.
people say it so many different ways. I say Asus.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I love their boards. I've always loved their boards when it comes to
Mhm.
mobos. I mean, I tried
Mhm.
MSI, I tried Gigabyte, and
Mhm.
they both failed. When I bought those boards, they both failed. I never had an Asus board
Mhm.
fail me.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
like, and I bought a lot. And
Mhm.
I'm not talking just the high end ones. I bought their $150 boards before too. They have never failed
Mhm.
me.
Mhm.
And that's
Yeah.
saying a lot. I'm like the cheaper
Mhm.
boards, obviously they're cheaper because there's something wrong with them. Like the one I
Mhm.
bought, it had a little glitch where it was bottlenecking on the
Mhm.
this southern chipset. But after a
Mhm.
while, there was BIOS and there was updates that fixed that problem. But I'm like, all right,
Right.
so like yeah, I dealt with it for a month, and the BIOS update came out and fixed the problem,
Mhm.
and the system ran like I brought a 200 motherboard. Big
Mhm.
deal. I'm like, yeah, I didn't get all the bells and whistles, like the
Mhm.
one touch overclock and things like that. I could still do that stuff
Mhm.
in BIOS. I still do it from BIOS anyway. even the board I had, they has the one touch stuff. I don't even use it. But
Yeah.
and really when I was looking when it came to ASUS boards, a lot of the higher end boards, like going from prime boards to the ROG boards, Strix, ROG, God, I can't remember all the names of different boards, but the higher end stuff, a lot of it boiled down to maybe a feature on the board, like a button pressing feature or something to make something a little more easier to do, but you can still do it on other boards, and USB count. Or the only thing different when it came to actual hardware with like chipsets and everything, that stuff was all the same. All the stuff that really matters, you know. I'm just like, that's why when I recommend people on a ASUS board, I'm like, find out how many USBs you need. Like, if you figure that out, you'll be okay. I'm like, you might not have to go all the way up to the higher end ROG boards because you don't need all those USBs. I'm like, you might be able to skate with a prime board and save yourself $150. You know?
Yeah, I know, and yeah, it's just interesting to see, like, you know, I mean, I get it, you know, there's always going to be the next latest technology out there, like, but unfortunately, you know, as it is, if you're not someone like, and I'm gonna put it out there, Dr. Disrespect, who can pretty much afford anything when it comes to the latest and greatest technology. In fact, you know, I was watching one of his videos where he was talking about going over to Facebook Gaming or asking like a question of how much it would take him Facebook to bring him in, and he said about 4 figures. He said about 4 figures to bring him in, and would be about a fair price for you know, switching over to Facebook Gaming and being the face of Facebook Gaming. So I mean, you know, I get it. That's the dog. He's literally going to joke about that, but you know, it's like, you know, I seriously wouldn't doubt that they would pay some hefty figure money for putting him as the face of Facebook Gaming because, you know, as I said before, he became the face of Rogue Company to a degree. He has his arena, he has his skin and everything in the game. It's like, and you know, he joked around saying that he would have done it for free if he really had, if they really approached him on it. You know what I mean? I mean, that's typical Doc joke, but still, you know, I mean, it's like, I have a hard time believing that he wouldn't do it. You know, he would do it for free, but you know, it's because you know I know him. You know.
You know what's funny? Because like for the whole Road Company thing, like months before, he was shitting on the game. He was straight shitting on Road Company. That's why all of a sudden I'm like, wait, he has his own skin in Road Company. I'm like, they must have paid him some loot, boy.
Yeah,
they must have gave that man some love.
You know, but still, I mean, I love that he jokes saying like he would have done it for free. I mean, if you know Doc long enough, it's like Dr. Disrespect would have never done that for free. You know, because he that's his ordeal. That's who he is. He's not the person who will just, you know, go out there saying like, you know, I'm going to do this for free.
Yeah.
At least I don't think he would, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
that dude is a money making machine. It's ridiculous how much cash that man per stream, and it's wild because like I can't believe Twitch dropped them. People like a lot of you heard all the stories and things like they dropped. He said they dropped them to bring in, you know, bring back Ninja, Shroud, and bring in Logic and things like that. I'm like, I don't agree with the Logic thing. Logic was already streaming on the platform. I think they might have just handed him his partner status. I'm like, he's a celebrity, like they do with a lot of celebrities. They just hand them the partner status. Which is not a bad move because you know that makes money. But I think they're saying like they did that because you know they owed him so much money. I'm just like, I hope that isn't true, because if that's actually true,
Mhm.
that tells me that
Mhm.
Amazon is not keeping track of the people running Twitch.
Mhm.
They're
Right.
if it came down to the point where they owed him, freaking seven
Mhm.
figures, and they're not
Mhm.
paying it out,
Mhm.
godforsaken reason, that just tells me
Mhm.
someone's doing something crooked with the cash coming, um,
Mhm.
or I'm like, or they're either
Mhm.
their accounting is crooked, someone's in there is doing shady, and it needs to be
Mhm.
handled. I'm like, because
Right.
if it comes down to that, you're contracted, especially when it comes to contracted
Mhm.
that split, you're contracted for all stuff. So even
Mhm.
if you, like you said, you ban him, you still owe him that money.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
that's not going to go away. And
Yeah.
it's not like he's not some small time streamer. You can
Mhm.
afford some really really good legal help.
Mhm. Well,
And
that's the same thing. It's like, and because you probably saw Burke Black's tweet recently, and maybe Retro Gaijin's tweet recently about having their DMCA warnings going on, and it's like, okay, why did they all of a sudden get a DMCA slap? Because it seems weird that Burke Black and Retro Gaijin or some of these other people who are going around. It's like, why are they getting these DMCA slaps when it's like some of these videos or things were years before every all this DMCA stuff started happening. You know what I
yeah.
mean? So it's like I
That's the
don't
funny
know.
thing. When's the last time Retro Gaijin actually played music on stream? Like every time I see Retro
I
Gaijin,
I, I don't
he's
know.
like he's like out and
He's
about in
doing
the world.
IRL stuff more
Yeah,
now than he did before. So it's like I'm
and
not even sure.
what's funny is not, it's not all of a sudden. People keep saying it's all of a sudden. They've been
Mm-hmm.
hitting at this forever, for pretty much the past year and a half. They've been dropping stuff
Mm-hmm.
on fucking Twitter, um, policy
Mm-hmm.
updates. It was coming for a long time, and
Mm-hmm.
like
Yeah.
what someone was telling me about.
Mhm.
Um, was it Killer Bunny? No, Knight was telling me about it, and
Mm.
he's like he was throwing like all their Twitter stuff that pops up, stuff that's popping up on Reddit, and like he goes, "Yo, do this before this happens." I'm like,
Mhm.
"I got you. Thank you for letting me know."
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
and what's crazy, because Twitch was most lenient when it came to
Mm.
copyright. They were the most lenient.
Mm. Yeah.
Even though they had
Mhm.
they have an automatic detection, but
Mhm.
I don't know if it's just not as good, or they just don't have the settings that strict. But
Well, it all depends. Like you look at games like Fortnite, for instance. The easy anti-cheat, for instance. I'm gonna bring this up because again, I've talked about this once with one DJ Hyde, and at the end of the day, a lot of these anti-cheat systems they slip through the cracks because if the anti-cheat system was as strict as it needs to be, and it started banning all these so-called hackers, aimbots, and whatnot, then all of a sudden the community would literally drop down because the whole aimbot and whatnot, it's kind of the like not really, I would say, the like always going for the win, but it's more like they can't, once they start it, they can't get rid of it. So what happens is the company like Epic on Fortnite's in, they just kind of go, okay, here's easy anti cheat, and we just tried our best. You know what I mean? And they just let it slide. They're not going to always just go after this next person who might be really using an aimbot, and yet you clearly can see it, or you clearly know when they're doing that stuff. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So it's like, yeah, I get it, but at the same time, it's like I wonder why these things just kind of just slip through slip through the cracks a few times, and then you get one person who's well known. And I mean, obviously, you all know, like for instance, what's his name? W Greats. All of a sudden, he just nukes out of nowhere. He's no longer on Twitch. He's not on Twitter. You don't even know. There's nothing about him. You know what I mean? So it's like, I get it. I understand that there's some acquisitions coming in, but at the same time, it kind of makes you wonder, okay, where is that fine line, or where's that line that someone just automatically crosses, and there it's like all of a sudden that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because obviously there is a drawn line. It's just most of us don't know where that drawn line is until it gets hit, or until someone crosses it.
I don't know. Here's a funny thing about cheating, and when it comes to content creation, there's individuals that do it just for the pure content, not even this. Oh, I'm God at this game. Like they'll do it to make a funny video, have people rage and things like that. I'm like, I get that from a content standpoint, but like you say, that type of stuff also ruins the game. And I feel like when cheaters be more open to an IP. Like back in the day, like you had the 3 strikes rule. You come in and you get caught third time, you got IP banned. You couldn't come back unless you got a new service provider that provided you with a new IP address.
Right.
And people like, well, now like you have my brain is slipping right now. I'm having a brain fart. Those services, VPNs. There you go. It took me a little bit. You got VPNs now. You get a VPN, you get a new IP address, but it's going to slow down your connection and things like that. But I still think you need. You can still, if you write the coding, you can still find the original point of access. I'm like, yeah, it's like. Like you think it's not as anonymous as you think it is. It really isn't. And I'm like, okay, it's going to connect. It's going to get to a gateway. It's going to be a VPN IP. And if they really wanted to, they can push past that and trace it even further. Still got to connect to it. And and your IP address when it's going to search is going to come up as a non-residential address. Going to come up on a server farm somewhere when they search for the address. But guess what? It's like, okay, this is not this is home. This is not a business. This is a server farm. So let's push it further past the server farm. Find out where this connection is coming. Obviously, games, they're not doing that. I'm like that. You're talking like national security level type shit. But it's possible. It can easily be done. And it just makes me laugh when people are like, oh no, they're not going to catch me. I use a VPN. I'm like, what? It's not that. Oh, it says they're anonymous. I'm like, people say a lot of shit. Google says they're not recording your voice, but they are. It's proven. Apple says they don't brick your phones after a year and a half. Why? Everyone that's ever had a freaking iPhone. Those are bricks after a certain amount of time. Everybody. I'm like, people say a lot of things.
And I think that's the thing. It's like a lot of people like, I know this is on Twitter, and going back to Twitter, a lot of people are saying like they're deleting their videos because they're worried about the DMCA thing. They don't want to be DMCA'd, and yet they're still wondering how in the world are they getting DMCA'd, because you think about it, Twitch still has that video. Even if you delete that video, Twitch has that video somewhere. It may not be in the proximity or vision of your knowledge, but it's still somewhere. Somewhere floating around.
Yeah, they
You
have
know what
that
I mean?
video for a certain amount of time, but after a
Mhm.
while, it gets deleted. I don't know. It might be like a 6 month or a year thing. But after a while,
Mhm.
if it's not posted, it gets deleted because they need the
Yeah.
space. There's
Yeah.
too many people that should produce to where
Mhm.
they can just keep on like that.
Mhm.
You you really think that if, just suddenly in the past, I say year, suddenly
Mhm.
Amazon made a hard push for a cloud farm, buy out
Mhm.
a cloud form company? They've been pushing that for the past year.
Yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
I'm like, yeah, it'll help out Amazon in the sense that selling stuff, their
Mhm.
push for traffic, people traffic because they've been doing this way
Mhm.
before COVID dropped. I'm like, it's because
Mhm.
of the amount of part of it is because of the amount of content they need the computing power to
Mhm.
be able to move that data
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah.
There's like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousand terabytes of video
Mhm.
daily that needs to be across
Mhm.
across the internet, stored on their
Mhm.
servers,
Yeah.
so they can be held. Then you got videos are still on their servers
Mhm.
years ago, years and years
Mhm.
of archived content access.
Mhm. I mean, I know like on most content, like I could even check my channel. I think it's like sure the stream itself stays, I think only for about maybe a month beforehand, but it doesn't mean that it might have been deleted directly from the server. It's just going to expire from your actual, your actual channel, you
Yeah.
know. So I mean, who knows when they dump the actual video they have on their server at the moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But like
So yeah,
your highlights are still there. Like any
your
highlight
highlights are
videos,
still there.
yeah, any
Any
highlight
highlights
videos
still
you have, you're
there.
still there. And
Mhm.
if you put your stream into a playlist, it's still.
Yeah.
I know because I have like I said, I have a lot of my streams like for a while they have for like the past 2 years they had like streams on my channel. Wow. And then
Hmm.
recently it's been a little less than that. I think it's like I haven't looked at it recently. Last time I looked, it was like at a year, the past year. But like
Hmm.
like one of my very early streams, I had it in the playlist and it's still there.
Hmm.
I haven't checked it
Hmm.
in a couple months to see if it's still, but I'm like, that is
Hmm.
wild. That is,
Yeah.
how much videos are like that still hanging around
Uh,
years
I'm
ago?
not even sure. Yeah, I'm not even sure because, you got so many people who are now kind of in that process of like even I think Dr. Lupo even doesn't have any more clip highlights or anything like that because, again, it comes down to is the DMCA thing going to catch him to some degree? Because I mean, I know even like, in Game Asylum, he had a lot of his clips, highlights, and stuff. He downloaded them all, but he also deleted them all from Twitch. So you're not
Mm-hmm.
going to find them anymore. Uh, and I
Yeah,
know even like with Burt Black, I've noticed that most of my highlights are all gone because Burt decided to delete them all. you
it
know.
is it's crazy because it's not like they don't have a system where you can pull it out. You can straight up replace the audio if you want to. If you
Mhm,
want to go that route and keep your stuff around audio.
mhm.
So what are they just handing out strikes like hard fucking strikes and bans and shit for DMCA?
I'm not entirely sure. If I could get someone like Burke Black, Maximilian Dude or Dr. Lupo and ask them completely, maybe we could get some insight, but speculation wise, I mean, I think it's just someone in Twitch maybe finds the content, it gets striked on their end, and then who knows? Maybe they respond to the lawyer all of a sudden just says, "Hey, this is something that we gotta fix or you gotta get
Respond
rid
to
of,"
the
and
lawyer all of a sudden
then DMCA goes into, and then Twitch just throws up the layer saying, "Hey, this is something happening," because like even like a good friend of mine, Scribs, has been hit with a DMCA warning, and it's like there's no real given knowledge or understanding of why this happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's hard to say exactly what caused or what is named for this strike. You know what I mean?
Mm. It's crazy because I'm looking at my video library on, and
Mm-hmm.
I have videos on here that seriously says muted audio. So basically, that's a DMCA problem, copyrighted.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
then like you can go in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have
Mm-hmm.
something in here that's Black Thought Magnificent. I'm not even gonna. I know that's in there. I happen to be
Uh-huh.
listening to the song during the startup screen. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
like I'm not even gonna pill that.
Mm-hmm.
And they do their thing. They mute it, whatever the case. Then you
Mm-hmm.
have like the YouTube side, when you have
Mm-hmm.
copyright things come up,
Mm-hmm.
to where you can still appeal it for whatever the reason may be. Like I've actually been
Mm-hmm.
out on YouTube because
Mm-hmm.
there's a couple of things that I get striked on YouTube. Not striked, but I'll get a copyright.
Mm-hmm.
And the song they have on there is not even the song of my video. It just has a similar
Mm-hmm.
beat.
Mm-hmm.
It happened a couple times. Some South American rap group. Like I
Mm-hmm.
got the beats from my buddy, Your Conscience, that I met over at TwitchCon years
Mm-hmm.
ago, and I got the beats from him, and they're his beats. He's a producer, and he gave me
Mm-hmm.
permission to use them. I guess someone bought
Mm-hmm.
them, whatever, because he has them out. He has them up on a website where artists can buy them and use them for their songs. So I got
Mm-hmm.
a was a UMG copyright thing.
Mm-hmm.
What? I'm like, I'm gonna
Yeah.
go in and look at the video because I know that day all I was doing was his beats and
Mm-hmm.
Neon Dan's parody music. So I'm like, what
Mm-hmm.
possibly can they try to copyright? And this South American Brazilian song, whatever comes out, like
Mm-hmm.
what the hell is that? So I listen and
Mm-hmm.
I copy the name and I bring it up on YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
listen to it. I'm like, oh, they're using my buddy's beat for their song, but it's not their song. I just have the beat. So
Mm-hmm.
I'll appeal it, and I'm like, the reasons like it's not the song you're claiming it is.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I've only had one time where I had a copyright issue on YouTube, and the main problem was just because Motorsport Manager has their main menu song sound like something from an Italian company. I'm
hmm.
not sure what song it is, but it's like, oh, okay. So I basically deleted that video, muted the music entirely, and then re-uploaded it. No problem. So yeah.
I would for me I always check because like
Mhm.
I like my music. I take the time to pick it out, and it's like
Well,
it could like I said, like you said, it was some
Mhm.
Italian company. If you can probably look up the song, and if it
Mhm.
sounds similar, sometimes YouTube will whack it with the
Yeah.
and
Well, I
because
mean, what I've been doing recently, and I'll tell you all this because some of the music you've been hearing me use recently is from someone named Darren Curtis, and he allows everyone to use his music as long as you give him credit
mhm,
because it's copyright free. It's not going to be traced by DMCA or anything like that, and you know his music is actually really good. If you listen to it, some of his music is actually really good for some stuff. It's not exactly like super long, so I have to find multiple songs to kind of chop in there from time to
yeah.
time. But it's actually really good. And that's why, like, even the more recent intro that I just did, that's also a copyright free music song that I just kind of put the credit on while I was running on the startup menu in case anyone was ever wondering, like, hey, this is where the music comes from in case you want to just or listen to it or something, you like it.
Yeah.
That's where you can get it.
You know what's funny? I came like I found
Mhm.
this DJ Khalil. I found him on Twitch, and I guess he's a bigger deal over in the UK area, Europe. But it's like he's like, yeah, dude. I even asked him like offline, yo, I use your music, your original music, and he's like, yeah, go ahead. And he sent me to I mix something website and stuff. Go in there, and I guess he radio host. I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
I can't use the radio host stuff, so obviously that has copyright material in it. And there is some of his songs, like most of it's original, but he might mix in a sample or like a chorus from a popular song into it. So I'm like, so it comes around to it, then I use that, I played it all. Dude, my shit was so chopped up with muted sections. I just had to delete the VOD. I'm like, I couldn't even use it. And
Yeah.
like, I appreciate him giving me permission, but I'm like, there was so much stuff I tried to fight, or I would have
Yeah.
to fight, and I'm like, dude, it's not worth the time, and I definitely won't win all these. But the
Yeah.
Neon Dan stuff, because that's all I stream. The only music I have on my channel right now is freaking Neon Dan, and
Mm.
I got a couple, little or UMG, and I forget the other company, and I'm just like, oh hell no, I know this is not the song. So I go back in there. It was his parody songs. They sounded like I got hit for Sound of Silence when it was like, what was that? That's the Dark Soul. Is it the Dark Soul song or Darkest Dungeon song? It's done in the Sound of Silence, and I was like, I'm like, it's not even a song, and I'm like, it's a parody. I'm like, parody falls under fair use, and I've won them so far. I keep winning them, like they keep popping up, and I'm like, I keep winning the appeals, and it's kind of funny, and I'm like, when is it going to, like, it's obviously Dan's voice on it, like Dan's voice with different lyrics. Excuse me, I didn't mean to burp in the mic like that, but Dan's voice with different lyrics. And
I mean, I even like, and talking about the whole, copyright thing, I even asked, because I mean, I'm not sure if you saw it, and this was one of my more recent streams. I recently did a stream because Tiny Build gave me a early access key to the alpha of Happy's Humble Burger Farm, and it's a horror genre game. If you're at all interested in that, it's a fast food horror genre game. But the music on there, it's like, I even asked one of the main composers, John of the Shred, if I could use the main song that was on the trailer. And luckily for me, he responded real quickly back, saying that the song was registered with Performance Rights Organization for ASCAP and BMI. So most likely it would lead into me having a copyright strike on it, which, I'm glad he told me that, because I wanted to use one of his songs for my end screen on YouTube. You know what I mean? As just like maybe a 20-second, 30-second thing. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So it's like, okay, well, but I'm glad that some music artists will actually, because I know you can ask some of these music artists, and they may not respond back to you at all, but I'm glad that some people will.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing about you. Even the artists might not have permission to give you for you to use it. Sometimes you might have to get the productions companies licensing to be able to use the music, depending on the artist and what their deal is when they signed on the dotted line. Like if the artist owns the masters, he can do it. He can give you permission all day. But if he doesn't, or he or she doesn't, he or she does not have permission to allow you to use that music. And not all artists know this. Like say Tekashi 6ix9ine, right? People, I guess people I don't really like his music, but even if he says you could use my songs, he doesn't have permission to give you he doesn't own his masters. He cannot give you permission to use songs. You literally have to go to his record label to be able to use them. Or whatever, or whoever owns the masters.
Right, right.
And
And
it's funny because I
mm,
like it. Like with me, with Your Conscience, he's the producer. He owns the rights to those beats. Like
mm,
he's a private producer. Yeah, he has beats with other major label companies, but the ones he gave me was
mm,
his private stuff that he didn't make and at that label company worked at.
mm,
So
mm,
like I was able to use those, but at the same time,
mm,
I'm like, all right, I gotta be real careful. Like I gotta make sure I ask him straight up, like, hey, is this
mm,
your own beat or or this is a record label beat? Like I have to ask him to
mm,
make sure he remembers that. Because
mm.
I ain't trying to get
Right.
strikes, man. Strikes are not good.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
especially since I'm on YouTube at the same time now. I'm
Mhm,
like I said, YouTube is their algorithms a lot stricter when it comes to copyright.
mhm.
I think Facebook
Yeah,
is the absolute most strict when it comes to copyright. Facebook is just
yeah. I
ridiculous.
mean, like right now, like I started Watchdog Legions and I started recording that. It's like, a lot of that music I know is copyrighted. I know I'm going to probably just get blasted out of the water for it. So what I've done is I basically just turned off the music completely. And if you hear me play any music at all when I am actually, playing it on Twitch, it comes from Pretzel Rocks because I know Pretzel Rocks is literally copyright free. Literally, they're not going to come after you for it. You know what I
I
mean?
actually stopped using Pretzel because I have gotten copyright issues with Pretzel, and I'm just like, ugh.
Mm,
I actually stopped using it because of that reason. I'm like, yeah, a
mm,
lot of their stuff is free, but there are certain songs on there, especially in their EDM list. I'm just like,
mm,
I hear the song, I'm like, that's copyrighted. That's a major
mm,
song they have on on their list. Like it's some things that
mm,
I heard before on the radio types.
mm.
Wow. And like
Okay.
I already like some when I hear those songs,
Mm,
I'm like I already know it's
mm,
coming. And even some of the songs that I don't recognize, never heard before that sometimes I get
mm,
hit. I'll go and check,
mm.
do the YouTube search thing and then bring up the
Mm.
song they're saying I'm getting hit for and I'm like, hey, yeah, it's the freaking song.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
shit.
see. Yeah.
And I stopped using Pretzel when the DMC tweet dropped last year from
Mm,
Twitch, and they're like, "Yeah, we're going to be cracking down on this." Blah 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 blah. And I'm like, "All right, I need to stop using Pretzel." I stopped
yeah.
altogether.
I mean, I really only use the chill channel and sometimes the what's it called, the hype one, but I've never had a problem right now with it, and
Yeah,
none of my stuff has gone muted, like none of my stuff has gone muted. So I mean, yeah, I don't know if it's just because like those two channels don't really have anything that's from a copyrighted thing, or
mm,
I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. So but it's something that happens. I mean, you know, honestly, I think that's the same thing with Twitch Sings. It's like I'm not sure what the reason is with Twitch Sings closing down, but I know, or I can probably guess that it has something to do with either the licensing is running out and Twitch Sings can't afford to renew it, or DMCA is drawing a line saying, "Hey, if you continue doing Twitch Sings or whatever, we're going to hit everyone we can that does it." You know what I mean?
yeah. It-
So.
It's it's funny because you have games that get licensing um
Mm,
for your music, like Need for
mm,
Speed. They always get like big artists licensing from big artists and really popular songs ever since Need for Speed Underground. Speed been doing.
mm.
So when you play Need for Speed game, especially if you're streaming it, you cannot stream the music because
Yeah.
their licensing doesn't extend to broadcast. It just extends to their game.
Mm,
So
mm,
I think game companies
mm,
content creating the game streaming community.
mm,
I think game companies might want to start. They're not obligated to, but they might want to start looking extended licensing. Um,
mm,
so that
mm.
people that are streaming their content will be protected, or at least their partner streamers will be protected to use that music on their stream.
Mm.
to promote their content. At least that. At least get a licensing for your partner streamers that are partnered with your game or your company to stream your game. At least get them licensing to stream the music in your game, because that's a big part, especially with Need for Speed. That's a big part of the game. The music is a big part. Really, any game to drive the emotion of a tense situation or romantic situation or whatever it is. The music portrays a big part of that to set the tone of the game, and to be cut out from that because of a licensing issue or whatever it may be. Like, I really think game companies look into that, at least for their content creators they're partnered with, at the very least.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, even like a lot of stuff in like Watch Dogs, again, going back to Watch Dogs Legion, it's like all that stuff is basically kind of copyright stuff, because it's like I could even tell, like, just walking by some of the areas, if you have music on, for instance, all of a sudden you hear "Feel Good" by Godzilla, and it's like, okay, that's going to be probably hitting you with an issue. And even like Fortnite recently, a lot of their emotes, some of them are really good when you got the music on, but it's a copyrighted music, so it's like, oh, come on, really? And I bought a few of those emotes because they were really good, but it's like, if you try to use them without the copyright music on, it's like, okay, that's a cool emote, but you don't know what it is. You can't get the groove or what the gist of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like,
funny because
I don't know.
I have a sound effect that really I probably should get rid of it, but I like it so much. So I took a snippet of a song. I'm not going to say what song it is, because I don't want to screw myself. But it's from a very, very, very well known band from back in late 80s, early 90s. And then if you use any of their stuff, I mean any of their stuff, they come down hard. Like they've always been like that. For the specific band. And I took a snippet of a very popular song. I use it every now and then. It's funny to me, because of the what I tied to the text I tied to the sound, and I've been okay with it for as long as I had it so far. But it still scares me at some point, because I seen
well, like, I forgot, there was a tweet recently from someone who just got DMCA slap because of the fact that one of their alerts had something that was copyrighted, and they got slapped with it. So it's like, okay,
like the sound effect is only, I think it might be only 5 or 6 seconds long, so it's nowhere near the whole song. The whole song's like, I think it's like 4.5 minutes. So it's like a little 5 to 6 second snippet. I'm like, yeah, you can argue fair use with that. Because every time the sound effect is used, I do give the band credit, and I do talk about the song. Yes, technically that's critiquing. So I could argue fair use for it, and there's nowhere near the whole song. So I have a battle plan. I'm facing a strike for it. They usually strike for it. Like, it's not even like a soft, like, hey, you got to take this off. Strike.
Right.
Crazy.
I don't know. It's just crazy, because, like, one of the things about, like, Cyberpunk, and even though I will be covering it all, I probably will be covering it without the music, because I have a feeling it's going to have a lot of music in there that is absolutely just downright copyrighted. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I could already see it. I'm like, the amount of advertising, scale of the game, they obviously have to have licensing, especially since the first gameplay aspect, or what was that? 2 years ago, E3?
2017 maybe, or 2018.
Yeah, well, I just remember that like they got a absolutely huge amount of exposure with that, and then next thing you know, Keanu Reeves pops up in the game.
Yeah.
This is going to be a pop. Is this being set up to hyped up to be a pop culture icon of a game
Yeah.
about to come through?
Yeah.
I'm actually a little worried about it because as some of the things are promising. It sounds good until you really give it a good thought and work through. There is going people don't realize there's going to be repetitive dialogue in this game, and
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they're going to set a new bar because right now when it comes to background characters dialogue, I think Anthem right now holds the highest bar that out of an action game like an action RPG. Cyberpunk. I think Anthem that's the highest bar. Anthem, it is the background is repetitive, but it's not a lot. Like you might go to the bar, talk to someone, they might say something. You go on a mission, come back, and they'll say something else the next time, and go on a mission, come back, and say something else, or they're talking to somebody else. But at some point, it's going to loop around and come back to it. But I think it was enough of a break in that game to where that it wasn't just like, oh, I'm obviously in a virtual world, obviously losing out on immersion. My immersion is ruined. He keeps saying the same thing. But I mean,
that's the thing with like Watchdog Legions, and I can tell you this from playing the game right now. You could easily tell there are so many obvious NPC characters out there that you can, recruit if you wanted to. But the problem is, at some point in time, you're going to end up getting to the point where almost every single one of your recruits that you potentially want to recruit are reusing the same voice because it's like they want that Ubisoft wanted to save money by having maybe only 10 or 20 voices that were recorded with these different lines, different age groups, and different things. And then it's like, oh, okay, well. And it doesn't even it doesn't matter what they look like. It's a different player model, yes, but the voice is fairly similar at some point in time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like you could easily tell that.
and that's it. That's why I say Anthem for me sets the highest bar because I'm sure they got background NPCs that have the same voice, but I haven't really noticed it. Maybe when I go back for Anthem 2.0, I'll. But so like all their dialogue's different. Everybody's dialogue's different inside the city. Everybody. And like you walk around, talk to all the NPCs. A lot of them have their own personalities. They're not even essential to the gameplay or the story itself. It might be just something that happens to do or in some way, but the NPCs have their own personalities. They talk a certain way, they act a certain way,
right?
And it's crazy. I'm like, that's one of the things I loved about Anthem, along with their gameplay itself. I love Anthem. So being that in mind and just thinking the scale, just the huge scale of Cyberpunk. Obviously, they're not going to be able to be that detailed like Anthem is, because Anthem, your NPCs are in a small city.
Right.
You're talking a major metropolitan, fully fleshed out, graphically areas with their own gangs and things like that. And I was thinking about it. I'm like, I need to go to their website to see an update of what they're bringing in. And I just think about just how much replayability is Cyberpunk's going to have when you're done the main story. Like how much is left over the game? Is there a system in place to where, similar to like Elite Dangerous and their power play system? That'd be really cool if they had that in the game with gangs. Certain areas, encroaching on certain areas, and then maybe they can have NPC or the gang-based items that you can't get as a player. It just it boosts that gang's power. It gets a certain tech or something like that, depending on what type of gang. It gets a certain tech or a certain weapon or a certain hideout or things like that, and they can only pass between the NPC gangs.
Well, I
Where,
mean,
I mean, they're
they're
really cool to keep
promising,
replayability.
and here's the thing on the website is Cyberpunk is promising that your choices will affect the story in some way, shape, or form, which I think considered that it means that there's a lot of branching out there, which means that maybe you're not going to see every single dialogue in your first
Yeah,
playthrough. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And every change is not going to be affected in your first playthrough because you've got so many different little choices that you've got to make to realistically make it make it to that branch, if you will.
yeah, and
Which
like it's like I understand that, but there's been many games in the past that've done this. So like
yeah.
the most well done one is God, what was that game with the was it set in
Uh
Detroit?
Detroit Become Human?
Yeah.
Was it Detroit Become Human? Because
Yeah,
those were
yeah. That I think
people who
that
make
is for me.
the
That is
people who make
the that's the
go ahead.
best game that's done it. That's the best game that's done the
Because the
branching.
people who made that started with Fahrenheit or Indigo Prophecy. If
Hmm.
maybe I'm not sure how many of you remember that game. I'm not sure how many of you played that game, but it all started with Indigo Prophecy, aka Fahrenheit,
Yeah,
which I think building from that and then going into Heavy Rain, and then was it Beyond Two Souls and leading into Detroit Become Human, they had time to really craft the art or at least build that arc for that style of gameplay.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but just story mode, just story wise, and fleshing out different paths and things like that gives you completely different endings. But even at that, there was I think you can count them on both hands how many actual endings were to that game. So at some point, like you might branch off, these different things might happen, but they all come back to the available endings at some point.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
a lot of people they're thinking that this is going to be huge, I could do so many different things, but then they don't realize that there's a finite amount of endings in a game, and no matter what path you take, it's going to hit one of those finite endings. And
Right.
some people are put off by this. I'm like, but you got to realize it is a game. There's only so much you can program into it as a story.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's why it scares me with the amount of hype that is. Don't get me wrong, I'm going to get it. I'm going to play the hell out of it.
I want to pre-order it. I mean, if any of you've been paying attention to my Twitter feed, I literally posted pictures showing that I pre-ordered it already. So for me, I'm ready to go whenever it's ready.
Yeah,
So, and the thing is, like, even with Watch Dogs Legion, and I can tell you this from Watch Dogs Legion because I just recently finished it because I wanted to finish the game on my non-stream playthrough, not only to get an idea of what I needed to do to finish the game, but also just for the YouTube series and just to play it on stream. I've realized that there are different branches, different choices that you can make, but it all leads to the same ending at the end of the day. It doesn't matter what you decide to do; they all pretty much lead to the same ending at the end.
yeah,
So it's like, yeah, okay. Even though some of your choices do affect how the gameplay is done, and even like for instance, they added permadeath mode, which means that if one of your characters die, they're gone. It's like, yeah, it'll all lead to the same ending at the end of the day. It just is based on which characters are alive and and then they just swap those characters in, you know what I mean? uh,
yeah.
so I mean I do believe that games are going more towards trying to add multiple endings, but at the same time there's only so much you can do before it all has to reach a conclusion point at some point, because the only games that may have a linear story that I know of right now are like Call of Duty Cold War. which that's going to have a campaign mode. But I mean, most people are probably just buying it to play the multiplayer, if you know what I mean,
Yeah.
or zombie mode, of course, because zombies are back. So, and I mean, what are your thoughts on Cold War? Like, what do you think? Do you think it's going to be something? Do you think they're taking on too much with adding zombies, Warzone, the multiplayer, the campaign, and all that, or do you think it's something where it might be a little clunky at the beginning?
Tell the truth, I don't think they're taking on too much. I mean,
Mhm.
it's no different than Modern Warfare. I'm like, they don't have zombies, but they have co-op. So
Right.
it's just swapping actually a very very similar uh
Mhm.
game mode. I'm like, instead of zombies, you have enemy combatants with different guns and different style of
Mhm.
soldier,
Mhm.
things like that. I feel like I think it's about the same graphically. Um,
Mhm.
Zombies tends to be a little more colorful, different
Mhm.
powers and the crazy sci-fi fantasy type stuff. But
Mhm.
I don't think it's any different from Modern Warfare at that level. I just
Mhm.
think it. I'm hoping that since it was a beta that they fixed. It was a lot of things that seemed like they were very lazy with, like super
Mhm.
lazy with. Um,
Mhm.
from graphical textures and sheen and everything. I know they're adding. I know it's going to have ray tracing, so hopefully the ray tracing is that those graphical
Uh,
issues because for me personally, it affected gameplay a lot. It's
mhm.
as in the way individual blended into the backgrounds, which is cool to see camouflage to work. But I'm like
Mhm.
some of the levels of blending in is just like I would never even seen that. Only way you would have seen him because of his hat was a different color,
Mhm.
but the actual clothing and everything like in Phage, you couldn't even see it unless you were looking
Mhm.
down scope on some of the maps.
Mhm.
And I'm like, okay, that's cool the aspect, but I'm like some of the things I'm like I should have been able to clearly seen this guy, but I wasn't
Mhm.
able to just because of the texture behind him. Ow.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
And there's a couple other things gameplay wise. It's a little more arcadey than
Mhm.
past Black Ops, which
Mhm.
it's funny because it's kind of a reverse of what it used to be.
Mhm.
It used to be the Black Ops games were a little more closer to reality with recoil and gun bouncing and movement and everything like that. But it seems to
Mhm.
have taken the arcadey route that Modern Warfare used to, and it seems like Modern Warfare, like especially this last game, a little bit more the realistic balance, or realistic wise when it comes to just how guns move, fire, um,
Mhm.
how characters move, things like that. And
Mhm.
it was a little off putting because I was expecting a little higher level of reality with Black Ops, and
Mhm.
like I said, it
Mhm.
went a little more arcadey. I'm I'm a little put beside myself with because when you have an arcadey play style, um,
Mhm.
and a short kill time, like because
Mhm.
it's a Call of Duty game, the kill times are super short,
Mhm.
and when you have a
And I mean, they're also trying to add in the prestige mode back in, and then a ranked mode of some sort.
yeah.
So I'm not entirely sure what the ranked mode will entice for say.
Yeah, like and all that's cool. Like a lot of people missed that. I did miss prestiging. I like this. It was fun to do that and redo things, and it keeps the game playable. Um,
Mhm.
but it's just me. I'm not even sure I'm going to get it because it just the gameplay. For
Mhm.
me personally, I didn't like it. Like I don't mind
Mhm.
arcadey gameplay. I really don't. But like I said, when you have short kill times like Call of Duty,
Mhm.
and you have a hit
Mhm.
scan arcadey gameplay, is
Mhm.
going to drive a lot of people up the wall because there's going to be you know
Mhm.
you might have they I haven't seen it the beta. That's one thing I say that was great about the beta. I didn't have any phantom
Mhm.
bullet issues. not one. When I
Mm-hmm.
played it, granted, I only played for 4 or 5 hours, but I had zero hit marker issues. That happens in a lot of games. Um,
Mm-hmm.
that happens in Modern
Yeah.
Warfare, and I love Modern Warfare. 2019
Mm-hmm.
Modern played a lot,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
that still has Phantom Bullet issues, and it's just like, and when
I
I see it,
mean,
it's,
you
it's,
know, yeah. Go ahead.
and when I see it, it's bad. It like
Mm-hmm.
it is it's like the first 10 bullets out of my gun on target, and I get nothing but air.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, and that's one of the main things that are happening right now with Apex Legends. It's like I've been playing season 7, and it's like season 7 brings in a bigger map. Olympus is a huge map with a vehicle now that you can drive around. But the problem is it's open to snipers. It's basically sniper central. And the other problem is the Phantom Bullet issue is a little bit more of a problem because the servers get laggy as heck. And it's like if
Yeah,
you're an AR user and you get that lag spike, all of a sudden your bullets are going to be randomly hoping that they hit. And it's like,
yeah.
oh,
I haven't even played the like I actually just finished downloading the new update to Apex. I haven't played it since last season, and
mm-hmm.
it's like I seen it like Shroud's playing again. He's streaming it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a couple big names. I think Tim the Tatman came back to it. There's
Mm-hmm.
a lot of big name streamers that are coming back to it, and I'm just like,
Mm-hmm.
well, that's gonna lag the shit out of the servers. That's why I haven't even played it yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, because that game, early game lag, Apex, worst I've ever experienced. Like just the initial drop in, so serious, and it
Yeah.
lasts for. I feel like it lasts for the first 2 to 3 game, and it just
Yeah.
slowly dissipates. That's why I hate
Mm-hmm.
getting into early fights. Part of the reason
Mm-hmm.
why I hate hot dropping, because it's just I'm like
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna hot drop into a lag fest, and it's basically if it's luck of the draw who gets the better connection at that point.
I mean, for me, it's like, lately, the last few games I played, it's like, yeah, I won 2 games, but a lot of that, I think, was just due to luck of the draw. Either A, I had a team that was really willing to carry out their job and work as a team, or B, everyone else was just lagging way more than me, and I just didn't realize it.
Yeah, and it's a funny thing about especially just BR games in general. Um,
Mm,
Pros understand this, but a lot of other people playing, they don't understand. Position is a huge thing. I'm like, it's
yeah.
sometimes is instead of going into the fight or third party, it's just better to get the better position. But be it with it be circle, whatever the case may be, or higher ground, it is a lot of the times you getting better position gives you a better chance of survival, a better win rate. I'm like, obviously,
Yeah.
if you're ungodly at the game, you're just pro going a pug group, you might just push it. Like, what the hell, whatever. I see people do that are really good at the game. A couple people I play with that are really good at the game, and there's times I'm like, dude, you are way too overly aggressive. And I'm like, we died because we were pushing outside a circle to fight while the circle was closing, and it's not like there was the first circle. They're talking like second and third where it hurts. It hurts to be out there, and they're pushing a third party fight. I'm like that was a wrong move. We should have went uphill into zone and gate kept
Mm,
and
yeah.
then do it that way, or
Mm,
or
yeah.
or or do a passive gatekeep where you you let them get to the circle, but you're far enough away to where you can be do an aggressive attack. Um, some people might think like, why would the hell would you want to do that? Some people just play better when they're aggressive. So I'm actually a lot of people, especially in that W King, they get more kills, they do a lot better because they're aggressive. And I notice I play a little better when I'm aggressive instead of being a defensive mode. Um, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
just me slowing down on input. I'm not always typing something, movement keys or whatever the case may be, rhythm. So you're kind of
Mhm.
cold, and you're going into someone who's pushing, being
It
aggressive because
all
they're getting a
depends.
circle.
I mean, I've noticed even for me, like recently, I decided to basically just get rid of auto sprint, just not because I'm not liking going fast. It's just because I've noticed that I notice a lot more when I have sprint on order. And it's like, okay, if I know the area is clear, I'm going to just sprint to try and catch up or go somewhere. And then I can walk to try and not have that problem where you're running one side and then all of a sudden you crouch to try and lower your hitbox, but instead of crouching, you slide. You all of a
Right?
sudden
Yeah.
just slide. It's like, oh, come on, really?
Yeah, the
Uh,
auto sprint, it has its pros and cons. Like I
mm,
started using auto sprint
mhm,
to help cut down on the lag of me going in the sprint, and
mm,
I you just kind of have to get. I still find myself pressing my shift key to sprint. Like I'm still getting used to it. Even though I don't
mm,
have to do that anymore. But
mm,
I'm trying to avoid walking forward while shooting. Because
mm,
that doesn't help your aim whatsoever. And if you're walking forward instead of strafing, you're not really dodging. You're just becoming a bigger target as you walk towards your enemy. That's why I put the auto
mm,
sprint on, because it helped me break
mm,
that habit. And
mm,
and that's his auto sprint. If I press forward, it's going to pull my gun down. I'm like, all right. So now
mm.
it got me to more habit of strafting instead of like going like forward strafting and things like I used to
So
before.
I've never really had that problem. For me, a lot of times it's just when I sprint too much, I just don't notice things. I
Mm,
literally do not notice things. I literally become blindsided to whatever I need to look at. So
mm,
it's kind of like I've got to have that slow down moment to where I'm walking. That way I can realize or get a small moment to see exactly what's happening before I move in, because I've never really had an issue where I am input lagging due to going into sprint or not going into sprint. You know what I mean? It's
yeah.
like I don't have that issue. I have more of an issue where if I have auto sprint on, and I notice it more even with Fortnite, where if I'm always sprinting, I tend to not notice things as well as I should,
Mm.
because it's just like everything happens in a blur for me. So it's
It,
like if I do notice it, then it takes me multiple tries to realize, oh, okay.
do
You
you
know
have
what I
motion
mean?
blur on, or do you have that turned off?
No, push it off. Everything pretty much, and usually I have everything to do its lowest setting. It's just I tend to have that moment where I am not noticing something
Yeah,
going on because I just don't realize it if I'm going that fast all the time.
yeah,
You know, so it's down to me real going like so fast to where I have to kind of have that second thought of, seeing it as soon as I can. But for some reason I just can't seem to get
yeah.
that point where
Yeah,
I'm
that's
good at it.
understandable. Yeah, like I say, like it's a preference thing for me. It just helps my play style. Like I said, I was having issues entering sprint in the middle of fights to
Mhm,
be evasive and things like that. I'll
mhm,
get caught, and I'm like, why am I not sprinting? What the hell's going
mhm.
on? And it bothered me. So I'm like, I put auto sprint on to help with a lot of the issues of being mobile from the fight.
Yeah.
Going cover to cover,
Mhm,
backing off when you have to be, getting into buildings when you have to be.
mhm.
Just movement wise, it helped me a lot. And
Yeah.
like I said, it helps me not to get caught out, because sometimes just resting key, and then I'm
Mhm,
concentrating on shooting. I don't notice that I'm still on W key a little bit, so I'm ADS walking
mhm.
forward, and then I'll try to dip back into my cover, and now I'm next to my cover, and I'm just running into shit.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
Yeah, I noticed like a lot of my problems with having that extra W key push or whatever push I'm doing. It's mostly because I literally used to just hard scope way too often,
mm,
and now I'm more into that point of if I'm going to scope, I got to scope with a purpose. Otherwise, I'm going to have to try and work on quick. I've always had that thing where I've always tried to quickly work on. Okay, scope in, maybe shoot if I need to shoot, or just shoot, scope out, and get to maybe a better position if it's
yeah.
necessary. which is one of the main issues. Is if you're always scoped in, which a lot of people are, they tend to not realize, hey, you're probably moving forward a little too much, or maybe you're just doing something, that you shouldn't be intentionally doing.
Yeah, it's funny because when you're ADS, you're moving slower.
Mhm.
Character moves slower.
Yeah,
Makes you an easier target.
yeah.
So being able to, go in and out, and that's another skill I'm still working on. I think I got a lot better, especially when I'm playing seriously, when I'm actually trying. Because there's times where I'm not trying, I'm just playing for the hell of it, and I'm ADSing a lot, and I'm not really sprinting, I'm not doing all the things you should do to win a game. I'm just, playing for the hell of it. Enjoyment out of it. But when I really try, though, like, acquiring target, hip fire first before I go ADS, doing things like that make helps a hell of a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I've talked about it before, and I've even stated it to people, is that as far as things go, realistically, if you are trying to play the game, especially like a BR title or a shooter title, if you're really going to get average, or at least around average, you kind of have to dedicate yourself to that game. If you don't dedicate yourself to that game, the meta becomes hard to learn, and everything about like your spot where you want to land, everything and every little detail of that becomes very difficult to catch up on, because eventually everyone kind of gets to the point where it's like if they were playing the game, maybe not 24/7, but enough to the point where they know everything about the map. They're going to be ahead of your game compared to everyone else. You know what I mean? Because that's one of the main things, like with Fortnite right now. It's like I've fallen so far behind, and it's mostly because I just haven't dedicated myself like I did in season 1 and 2 of chapter 2. So it's like, I'm not going to catch up until maybe the next season, and even then, I'd have to dedicate myself to that new season if I'm going to at least be average.
Yeah. It's just funny because like there's games that I played for a while, and then I'll stop playing, come back to it. Like I played Splitgate recently. The game was completely not complete. There's new weapons. The freaking, they give you a marksman rifle instead of the pistol. I don't know if the pistol's even in the game anymore. This marksman rifle, it's really, really nice. I like it. I like the hell out. I use it more than assault rifle. Because it's not quite a sniper, but at certain distances you get one-shot kill headshots with it, and it has an optic on it, really, really good.
Yeah,
I actually have a video on YouTube of me getting they call it collection agency 10 kills without a death in one of the game modes. I was so hyped, and I was using predominantly that gun. I was switching between that and their battle rifle 3-shot burst, and it is so good. And like I think it was their SWAT mode where the body shots do less damage, and pretty much gotta try to hit headshots quickly. I love that game. It was so much fun, and I was just playing out a lot. Thinking about getting back into that. I think they're season 3 now, so they got seasons out. It's a good game. It's free. You know what it is. And just getting by the wrapping my head around portals again, and knowing and trying to remember when you enter a room where are the grids that people can plop a portal at, because you may think you're behind cover, and there's actually in that video there's a couple instances where I ducked back in the cover, but he didn't notice that I shot a portal behind him, so I ducked back in the cover. I'm on a grid wall. I put the portal on that side, go through my cover, and come out behind him before he realizes, and I shoot him in the back. And I'm just like,
I went back during, I think it was season 2 for a while, and I loved things that were happening. It was like, how does that even work? Because I did not touch the game for a long time, and yet I was blasting like 5, 10, even 15, 20 kills. And it was like, what the heck is going on? Because it's like I was trying to wrap my head around it because I'm just using portals and it's like I'm either popping up behind somebody or I'm shooting through the portal and they don't even realize that I'm shooting through the portal.
Like
What I mean?
and it's funny is that game does load in bots if it doesn't get the players for your map. And there's been a couple rounds that I had like a bot, mostly bots, and only maybe like 3 players. And then there's been games that's nothing but players. The nothing but players games are completely different because everyone understands portals and how they work, and they're grenading your portals. But it's certain stuff sniping those portals still work. Like in the video, I'm playing with mostly players, and I think there might have been 2 bots in that game. And I'm playing with mostly players, and you see my portals get grenaded, I think 3 or 4 times by players. And then the one guy I caught at the end, I think it was probably the best. I forget. I went through the portal, and the portal came out to a cliff, a drop off. So you had to like jump pack to the ledge and back through the portal because he came back out. He hit the portal for some reason. Door, so I jump back in through the room. I go and turn the corner because I see him run out there, and I pull a freaking no scope headshot for the win on the game. I was like, yes, that was so good.
And that's the thing. I never really ran into a game where I had bots. It's just I think because the rank system is there and they have a ranking system. I think it was just I was matched up with a lot of people who just are trying to get their heads into the game rather than realistically actually knowing what is going on.
Apparently they have a new competitive. I'm like, when I was playing it wasn't released yet. They had like a time that it was going to be released. They had a couple new like competitive modes, which I was kind of excited about. I'm like, that's cool. And then I remembered there's so many people that play the game. I'm like, nah, if I go there, I'm going to get melted, absolutely melted. Freaking Captain, QWERTY, all those guys, the developers. Then I can't remember one guy's name. They're like stupid good. Like, like some of the stuff QWERTY fan. How the hell did that even I died to him like so many times. I'm like, well, how the hell is he even hitting me? Lo and behold, he's using his inertia to pop him up over the map through a portal, and he's sailing across the map at a super high speed, and he pulls up a sniper, bang, and headshots me. And I'm like, I just drop and die. I'm like, what the fuck just happened to me? And he does that kind of stuff a lot. He's really good. And then he'll use a portal. He'll try to aim for a grid wall to use another portal, pop him back up, and he's going even faster this time because he carried even more inertia. Crazy, and he's really good at placing portals, move.
Yeah,
he rarely spends time on his feet in that game.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I think that's the same thing. It's like, especially in Call of Duty, like when I got back into Call of Duty, especially when I ran into some of those people who have FaZe Clan, Phase 5, or whatever. Those guys are absolutely always keeping me on my feet because I'm literally having to look for them because I don't know when or where they're going to be. And I can basically keep pace with them if I really wanted to. But they are hard to keep pace with because they can pop up wherever they want because they know everything about that, about the map or whatever.
I'm running into Phase 5 guys a lot. I was noticing. I was like, holy shit. I'm like, hey, Phase 5. And like, sometimes they shit on me. Sometimes I shit on them. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I remember the one game, me and I can't remember his name, was a Phase 5, and he was quick scoping the entire game. And like we're just going back and forth for top of the leaderboard. Like he'll get up 2 kills and I'll pass him with a triple, and we're just kind of going he edged me out in the end by 1 kill, and I'm like, dude. He goes, that was freaking nuts. He's like, yeah. And he said he was saying like, he goes, do you ever try quick scoping? I'm like, no, it's just my gun build is too slow for it. And because it was my play style when I run my sniper build, my snipers is hard scope all day, and I use just cover. I peek corners.
Yeah.
With my scope already up, so that when I peek the corner, by the time you notice, my bullet's already out. And
Right.
but that's the way I play my sniper. And he's sitting there like he goes, because I had to play the game on that game, and that's what he was telling me, like, dude, you be a fine quick scoper, because I was sitting there just like picking them off, bink, bink, bink. I think it was like a quad kill with a sniper with my HDR, and it's not like they all came in one spot. It was just me bouncing around, readjustments, like, or for all 4 kills down a lane. I'm just like, he was like, you should try quick. You'd be all right with it. I'm like, I've tried it before in other games. I just wasn't that great at it. I don't know. Maybe I'll retry it. It's just not my sniper place. Like my close, when I'm like close quarters, I like a sub or an AR, depending on the AR. But for me, I'm a mid range player. I do well mid and long. Like I seem to go negative when I play that close.
I mean, I've thought about re-picking up quick scoping because I used to be good at it. I used to only run the sniper, but it was like after a while, I got to the point where I just felt like I wanted to do something different, and then I started doing AR plays. So, that's kind of why I use ARs now more than anything. But I mean, if I wanted to, I could easily pick up a sniper and be back to doing quick scoping if I wanted to.
And it's a funny thing about Modern Warfare from having, because they got snipers and have marksman rifles. And the newer marksman rifle is really good for quick scoping because it's powerful. It's like a mid-tier sniper. And it's funny because I feel like in that game that marksman rifle and sniper rifle is just, it's almost like repetitive types of guns, because you can turn a sniper rifle with barrel sizes and different scopes into a quick scope rifle. Like a lot, you can do a lot with the what is that gun that's in every game now, ever since PUBG? The Car 98.
Oh.
Yeah, that is, ever since PUBG, that seems to be in every shooter. There's a car in there somewhere. and in Modern Warfare, it's in there as a marksman rifle. But it like I said, I feel like it's a sniper rifle, and the just having those two types of gun is just repetitive. I'm like, just make them all marksman or all sniper rifles. And get rid of the EBR because that gun is trash. There's nothing you can do about that weapon.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, it's like I was lurking back on my tweets, and I remember I tweeted this September 21st, so it's been a while ago. When the full Phase 5 beginning was going on, and I ran into this one guy named Reefus, which he now has hashtag Obey Reefus, but I literally wrote this on my tweet. Just finished a match in Call of Duty, was scratching my head on why I had one sniper working so hard. Turns out I was going against Reefdo. Reefdo, not bad. Sniper work, bad. You had me looking around for you, by the way, because you kept me on the edge. Good game and good luck with Phase 5. And that was my tweet. Literally, I meant that because he was such a crazy sniper. We went back and forth for a long time. And I think that was the one match where it was like, at one point I was to have him, next point he was to have me, and it was like, we had to keep looking for each other no matter which corner we were going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was a crazy match because I've never had a sniper, like, for a while, put me on edge to the point where I'm literally looking for that sniper, or I'm, like, literally trying to make sure I'm not snuck up on him for some reason or another, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's crazy to think about how, like, some people are just like, you know, and I've shown even in Apex, like, if I pick up a sniper, I will keep you on edge if I wanted to. It's just, for me, I got to a point where it's just like, I could do that all day long, but why would I want to keep doing that? Because it just didn't really pose a challenge, or it didn't seem like, at the point, it just seemed like I was only doing that to win. And I wasn't playing like with just for fun.
Yeah.
not serious tone on it. You know what I mean?
It was a certain point in, I think it was maybe season 3, that I was doing a lot of sniper because of the skin. I was just like, hell yeah, I'm using that gun. I never really liked that. I was using that. I can't remember the name of the gun now. They gave you that dragon skin for it. Oh my god, not the Sentinel. That's the newer one. Very similar to Sentinel.
Was it the longbow or?
Yeah, the longbow. I was using it a lot, and that was back when I was using that. And I was also trying out. God, man, my brain is farting right now. The freaking hand cannon pistol.
Wingman.
Yeah, wingman. And so I was using that a lot, and just getting used to bullet speed. I think that's. I used to love the wingman. I can't stand because the bullet speed is so slow. Just getting that helped with bullet speed and aiming like that, and longbow that was like my bread and butter. Now, if I go and try to use that gun now, and I'm just like, I'm hot garbage with that. I used to be like a 45% accuracy with that longbow, and now I'm probably more like a 20 to 25% accuracy on that gun. It's like, Jesus, like it wasn't worth playing anymore. And
yeah,
I think because I was playing with a lot of automatics for a while, like freaking the R99, the 301, freaking just all the guns, and then I tried to pick it back up, but I was doing really bad, so I slowed it down to the G7, or should I speed it up to the G7? Just try to get back into snipers, and then I just fell in love with the G7, and I was just like, screw it, I'm carrying a G7.
Yeah,
I love a G7, dude.
I learned for myself, if I really wanted to get serious again, I could probably pick up a longbow, triple take, and then just run with that and literally just dominate if I wanted to. But for me, I don't know. I just get to that point where it's like, yeah, I enjoy winning and I have fun winning like that, but at some point it just becomes like not very fun, and I feel like I'm literally just taking that way. I'm literally just showing off my sniper work way too often, rather than showing that I can use other things like a shotgun or an AR. You know what I mean? Because that's just how I feel. But I don't know, and I think that's just the problem I have. Is like I could pick up a sniper any day of the week, and I'd probably dominate. I'd probably be like turning heads on so many randoms, but it's like at the same time, do I really want to play that way again, or do I want to actually show that I do have alternate choices on my arsenal? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I mean, even like you could ask some other people who have been in my channel before. A lot of people, whenever they see me pull a sniper, they are impressed by my sniper work. They're like, why do you not use it more often? And it's just because like I get to that point where I could dedicate myself to that, but am I really going to be that person who just dominates all the time, like Phase Dirty with a sniper rifle? Or should I be someone like Dr. Disrespect who pretty much can pick up any weapon in the game? They're having fun with it. They're rocking it every day of the week. You know what I mean? And I think that's the problem with me is I gotta decide, do I want to be someone like Phase 30 who picks up the sniper and just dominates every day with it? Or do I want to be someone more like Dr. Disrespect who has the arsenal in his back pocket, But anyway, I mean, we've been going for a while. You want to take a little break? Or what
I'm actually good. If you want to break, that's fine.
I'm going to take a quick little bathroom break, so if you don't mind.
All right.
And then I'll be back in just a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I'm gonna do that, everyone.
So yeah, man. So we're actually talking Apex Legends. I know we didn't talk that much about Cyberpunk, but I'm sure we'll get back to it. I'm actually just looking at the Apex Legends weapon list right now.
Yeah, we can talk about Cyberpunk when I get back. But I'll be back in just a bit.
Yeah. So it looks like the Prowler is in a supply drop. Kraber and the I can't just pick up my Peachon anymore. Rough. Rough. So for me, my loadout in Apex looked for was a G7 Scout, either a Prowler with the Fire Select or the Flatline. That was usually what I was looking for. Run. I preferred the Prowler over the Flatline. It just felt more comfortable. I was trying to work shotguns. Iffy. Yeah, man, that's crazy that the Peachon is now a supply drop weapon. But hey, that means Devotion LMG is back. Start running Devotion with a turbocharger instead of can't really move fast with a Devotion. It's a Volt alternator. I'm just bad with an alternator. I'll rock a Hemlock if I can't find it. Or the Re 45. I do like that. That's really an early game thing. Sometimes if I can't go G7, I get a sniper. Like a triple take or a charge rifle. I'm really bad with a Kraber. I know I haven't really I played it. I'm Sentinel similar to a longbow is a semi-auto instead of a bolt action. I guess I would probably go more. Tap still in. Looks like it. Yeah, that's I don't know. Maybe we'll play it after talking with FA. Oh shit! I see it. I see. Smashly is on Among Us. Oh man, I want to watch that. I think we're definitely gonna watch that VOD if she goes up. Done. It's wow. It's actually right. She's on right now. Maybe that's a lie. Maybe I gotta. But this game did Among Us so much fun.
Hello. All right. Hey, I'm back. So, what's
Yeah.
going on?
No, I was talking about Apex Legends weapons for a second,
Yeah.
and then I
Yeah.
just saw because I was just scrolling through Twitch. I just saw Smash is actually playing Among Us, and I'm like, it's
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
late for her. She's usually not on right now.
Oh, yeah.
No, I was-
What are your thoughts like with like going back to Cyberpunk? What are your thoughts with all the delays and stuff? Do you think like it do you think that it'll affect how things are going right now, or do you not think I mean obviously like Legion said, and Legion Levano Legion literally typed typed this out when and they liked my response. But Levano Legion typed this out a while back ago. When Apex or not Apex, but Cyberpunk announced the announced the delay was if I can find it, here it is. Which was the fact that next time someone tells you gaming is pointless, tell them there's nothing more resilient than a Dark Souls player, nothing braver than a LOL solo querier, and nothing more patient than a Cyberpunk 2077 fan. That's what Lovato Legion typed out. October 27th. And my response to that was, no one more patient than a Cyberpunk fan. You don't say. And I put the gif of Emperor Palpatine saying, your feeble skills are no match for the power of the dark side.
It would not even like the Cyberpunk is a good analogy. I think that works better with a Star Citizen fan.
Oh,
there's no one more patient than a Star Citizen fan. Let's be honest. Oh, man.
I know, but still, Lovato Legion put that out there. It's oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Because I think with the developers of Cyberpunk, they're an homage to old school game development, as in complete your game before you release it.
Right,
right. Like make it. I'm not even saying that you're not going to do DLCs or add-ons and things like that, but have a fully flushed out working game with few bugs as possible when on release.
I mean, yeah.
It's funny because people get mad about games getting pushed back. When I see that, I'm like, it makes me feel okay. Developers care enough to give us a quality product, and at the same time, I'm like, I'm sitting there like, you should be happy about this. That means they're going to take care of their game. I think it bodes well for us as the consumer, as in they're going to take care of us to give us a quality product.
Yeah, I think you're in my chat, and if you're in my chat, this is what I posted on Twitter like a few days ago, on November 4th, and this was a glitch. I don't know if you remember the Assassin's Creed Under the Map glitch, but yeah, this is the glitch that I found with Watch Dogs Legion when I was swimming around in the water. And it's like, seriously? And I can't believe that happened.
That's pretty cool. I like that, though. That is pretty sick looking.
It's funny, but I'm just saying, like, it's funny that I found that, like, just on Cyberpunk or on Watch Dogs Legion swimming around. It's like, oh my goodness, that's so funny. And I couldn't do anything about that. I had to literally hard reset in order to get out of that glitch. But yeah,
like obviously they're not going to find everything. That's why they have so many testers, and I didn't realize, like, way back in the day, I didn't realize how tedious being a tester is. Like, oh man, you get to test the new games, and the testers are like, yeah, it's not at all fun. You're talking about hours upon hours of jumping against a wall, spinning, turning the cameras real quickly back and forth, checking every corner, nook and cranny, every contact point between a 3D object and the floor of the map. They're just checking all these things throughout the entire game.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, they don't catch everything. Obviously, there's always glitches. There are stuck points. That is just, and it eventually sometimes they get patched out. Sometimes they just leave them. They're just like, eh.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's not really anything down there. It's not the part of the line of the story, so they might just leave it there for the memes.
I mean, I'm a speedrunner. I'm used to finding glitches at this point, because it's like when you're speedrunning, you're going to look for things that can make the game as short as bloody possible.
Yeah.
Which happens, But yeah, that's something that happens, when you look at it.
Like freaking Mario 64 with the upstairs skip, if it was the backwards like crouch and you slide and you'll glitch all the way up the stairs to Bowser instead of getting the never-ending staircase. I'm like, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
and they I don't think they ever patched it out. I think they just obviously can't patch those N64, but but even with emulators and things like that, it's still there, and speedrunners use it, and then. But now I think when it comes to that game, it's like you have to get every star to be an official, world ranking speed run. Like 120 stars, but things like that. And like getting back to Cyberpunk and them taking the time to
Mhm.
deliver quality game
Yeah.
like that, it makes me very hopeful. It's
Mhm.
almost like the same time is I wish Anthem did that, or
Mhm.
released a closed beta, or a longer closed beta, flesh out their
Yeah.
issues with their weapon, not
Mhm.
weapons. Well, yeah, with weapon scaling and loot table, which,
Yeah.
God, I hope to God that when it got 2.0 they fix the loot table. They're already showing, like, new I think they showed a new javelin recently. I didn't watch the video yet, but I saw something in Anthem 2.0 pop on my javelin. I'm like, what? And people like, it's about time. I really didn't care either way. I think their 4 javelins cover the spectrum
Mhm.
of play styles that you could possibly do. And
Yeah.
because not even though it was just the 4 javelins, they each had their skill. But God, I keep fucking tangenting off. But Cyberpunk.
Oh, yeah.
But it's like they're I'm not sure if they're trees, but they're loadouts they're gonna do. It's going to be pretty intricate in how you play the game, which that is kind of exciting. Um,
Yeah, I mean, Cyberpunk has teased a lot, or they've given a lot of previews. Like, one of the main things is like even going back to one of my polls because I've been trying to cover Cyberpunk as much as I can. I've been trying to keep up to date with all their tweets and all that stuff, and it's like one of the main polls that I ran was asking people, what style do you feel like you would personally run with? And out of the 6 votes I got for that particular poll, everyone was neo-militarism. So that tells me that a lot of people like a practical before style look, or a somewhat stylish look that's practical. It's not like over the top like Neo Kish. It's not like Kish style. It's not like Entoprism, which is
yeah.
just whatever you could wear, or whatever you could put on at the time. And, that's kind of the way I think a lot of Cyberpunk fans seem to be right now.
Mm-hmm. And
And I mean, mhm,
like for
yeah.
me, play style wise, I think
Mhm.
I'm just gonna be loud. None of that stuff bullshit. We're going in and blowing everyone away. That just that's just the Gears of War in me. You know what I mean? I feel like Gears of War horde mode all game long, blow shit up. type, type
For me,
gameplay.
it's like I like it being stylish. Like if I'm going to do anything, especially with Cyberpunk 2077 saying that you can do whatever you want, you can build your loadout, look however you want, and whatever. It's
Mhm.
kind of like, to me, I'd rather look like I'm doing this with some style, with some fashion sense, or
Yeah.
at least somewhat of a fashion sense, rather than just looking all militaristic. Because it's like, sure, militaristic. You can look militaristic, and you can have all the heavy armor, all that padding stuff to make yourself look menacing. But to me, it's like, why do that when you look at someone like Hitman 47 or Agent 47, and he did all of his Hitman work in a suit and tie. And
Yeah.
it's like, wow, you know.
Yeah,
But that's the
like
thing.
I
I
haven't
like
really
that.
looked I haven't really looked in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that now.
Mm-hmm. Well, like, and I can give you a tweet that I did, which just kind of shows off the cosmetic end of things, because I literally, like I said, I've literally been covering Cyberpunk,
Mhm.
and it's like I literally made the tweet, which was for my vote, talking about my vote, and it gives you pretty much a look at every style going forward. So you can look
Yeah,
at this tweet here.
I'm looking at PG2.com. They're going
Yeah.
over.
Yeah, well, I literally put every picture of every style going forward, and it's like literally,
That
it's like,
neo-militarism. Ooh, that is sleek.
yeah,
So
it looks
sleek.
nice. Don't get me wrong, every style looks nice. It's just, for me, I really like the the style over substance on the Neil Kish or the Kish style, because it's like that's kind of me. That's literally who I am. You know what I mean?
It's funny because I see Kish, and then you look at the Neo Kish. It's like Kish is like the up and comer, and Neo Kish is like, yeah, I made it. I'm throwing bands, baby.
No, yeah, I get that. But it's like, it's like all those things. It's just literally really they put some detail into it, And you can tell that there's some detail into the way that things were, working.
Then you got the intro. It's like the ghetto, in the ghetto.
Mm.
I like it.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
almost,
like they really. Mm-hmm.
yeah. It's like I want to go Neo Mill and maybe a little bit of intro or maybe a little bit of Kish. I don't know. I'm like Neo Kish is a little too flashy for me. I'm not really into like furs and things like that. Like it's don't get me wrong, it looks cool.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
I'm definitely gonna do some Neo Mill though. That is sleek.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I mean, a lot of people like that look. It's just for me, I'm not that type of person. I'm literally not that type of person. If I had the chance, I would literally deck out the furs or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's like it feels more my style. Or literally go chrome and go with that whole rave like style because I like that scene. That's the scene I really enjoy, for myself. But it's like even with Cyberpunk, it's like I would go with more of the stylish cars or the luxury cars. I probably wouldn't even go for driving the trucks or whatever those the some of the like the sports cars or whatever those are. You know what I mean? Because I mean personally, even when it comes to like racing games, I love driving the exotic cars. Don't get me wrong. The practical cars like the Toyota, the Ford, and stuff like that, or Dodge and stuff like that. It's like those are all cool. Those are all really nice cars, but it just doesn't feel like me. And I like driving, something like an Audi, or even whatever other style, exotic cars are out there in case of like Need for Speed.
Yeah.
So
I don't. God, I might have to go. If they have something that looks a Ford GT, I love that. That car in Need for Speed.
I mean, there's a lot of cool cars that are going on in Cyberpunk, and it's like I don't know. It's up to you to decide, but it's like for me, I really do like those classy type cars where some of them may not have the most exotic look, but it's just like I like that sense of class when it comes to certain cars, especially when you're driving them.
And it's funny because the more I think about Cyberpunk, the more I feel like is going to be similar to a GTA game. Similar, they're not going to have the same exact game mechanics as GTA, obviously. But I feel like it's going to be similar as in when it comes to a flushed out world being fully flushed out. You can even tell by the mediator putting out the different personalities, virtual personalities they have in the game. Talk show host and the radio guys. And, political scene, all that stuff. Like it's pretty cool. Like they have that going on. In the background, and I have a feeling that's going to shape a lot of dialogue along with what you do as an individual and what events you take part of. Is going to shape a lot of dialogue with the background, which is going to help with the, like we talked about earlier, repetitiveness of NPC dialogue, things like that. And it's pretty cool to have that and just the scale that they're going with. I don't know. I'm excited, but I'm cautious about it at the same
Yeah.
time because
mean,
I'm not really sure
Mhm.
how long the game's actually been in development before they even released their first view of it back
Mhm.
in 2017 or whatever. But
Yeah.
it's
I
for what they're promising, it's a lot to take on. And
Mhm.
Jesus Christ, I hope to God it's not another. I'm pretty sure it's not another No Man's Sky situation. Pretty sure they're a little more comfortable than my boy from Hello Games in the
Mhm.
inside the media, so they're not just throwing out a bunch of promises and
I mean, Project Red. It's like, I mean, I don't even remember. Were you? Yeah, you were. You were. I met them. Just randomly. I literally met them randomly in 2017 or 2018, and it was like, wow. They literally felt like they knew. They literally felt like they kind of knew what they wanted to do and what they were going to do. You know what I
yeah.
mean? So it's like, yeah, it was cool meeting them, and I really wish I had a actual shirt or something with their actual company logo on it, but I
Yeah.
don't. Oh well, it's not like
And
a big
it's
deal,
funny
but
because like way back in the day,
mhm.
before E3, and if it's like if you even met them or talked to them, you're just you heard their vision. You're like, you're crazy. That's a lot. I'm like, I
Yeah.
hope you pull it off, buddy. And, no one
Mhm.
probably even believed them, but Jesus, I think this is going to be a huge event.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Hopefully,
near
it gets
them.
released before Christmas. Kind of is. I think it might
Yeah,
bode
well,
well.
December 9th on Steam is the release date planned right now. But if you bought it through Epic Games, it's December 10th. so, so yeah. But
I didn't even
a
buy it
lot
yet.
a lot of their tweets have been down low right now, So, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that means that they're really trying to push it out there, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Cuz like I said, a lot of their tweets or a lot of their what they're saying right now is pretty down low. Like almost there's almost nothing about development or anything like that other than what they said on October 30th, which is in case you've been wondering how our week went. And then they have the one guy with the cheese fountain, and it just goes all wild and crazy.
hmm.
Like so. But yeah. But I really do think that CD Projekt Red is definitely got this under control, at least to some degree. You know what I mean? So we'll just have to wait and see what will come out of it. Especially considered like some people who pretty much pre-ordered it back when it was first announced, and then it
Yeah.
got delayed. And then delayed. So what are you gonna do? But I mean, when you think about it, they are the developer, they are the publisher. They're not under any strict system or circumstance, which means that realistically they can keep pushing it back as long as they feel comfortable with it.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing with Star Citizen. When you look at Star Citizen, the thing is they are the publisher, they are the developer, so technically, as long as they're still making sales to develop it, it's going to continue to at least get some work overall. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it has gotten work, at least from what I've seen.
I
You
think
know,
it's great. Like I'm just to see if they're kind of searching to see if they have any DLCs planned. I just had found some they're dropping a cosmetic DLC.
mhm.
I'm like, that's
Mhm.
pretty freaking cool.
Yeah.
Because of
Mhm.
just by how they've been talking about the game, have already had
Mhm.
plans post launch. Expansions
Mhm.
already kind of
Mhm.
storyboarded out and what
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and I get that. I think that that's the thing because, like, I know that, and I know it's not going to come on launch day, but I know they teased a multiplayer mode will be happening for Cyberpunk. I'm just not sure when, you know. But I know they teased and they said that Cyberpunk will have a multiplayer mode. It just may not be day one launch, you know. Which is fine by me because you look at Watch Dogs, even they don't have a multiplayer mode, but they do have an online mode ready to go. It's just not going to launch until sometime December, which
I
maybe
think I'm
now.
glad they're not going to drop it off rip. Thing because there's certain things that you can do in multiplayer. If they're going like the GTA Online route type PvP, we'll see what they do. But go the
Mhm.
GTA route, it's similar to that. Got to figure out what actually doable. Have to cut
Right.
from things like housing. Housing
Mhm.
technically doable. Um,
Mhm.
plenty of MMORPGs with housing.
Mhm.
There's like hey that you can't do it. Take over a store or the strip club. Do that,
Mhm.
and a multiplayer. Do that a single player. Finite amount of these establishments.
Mhm.
Um, obviously, there's
Right.
ways to do anything if you just build the system around it.
Mhm.
I don't know. They just gotta kind of have to figure out what's even hardware wise
Mhm.
and system handle and
Mhm.
I don't know. It's a
Yeah.
lot of things that gotta go in with how
Yeah.
complex the
True.
game is already.
Mhm.
Going to
Yeah.
GTA Online route with though I feel like it would be cool.
Mhm.
But the more I think about it, the more I'm like, they might just do just a PvP to start with. Maybe they'll go with.
Yeah. We'll have to see where it goes. Because, I mean, the game is going to be pretty big, I think. I really think the game's going to be pretty big. It might even eat up more space than some of the other games that have been out there already, especially if you're on PC. Well, because thinking about it, you look at Grand Theft Auto 5, that was like 51 gigs for quite some time, you know? And that was what? How long ago did GTA 5 come out?
It's been so long.
Eh, You think about it, like compare that to Cyberpunk 2077. You know, Cyberpunk 2077 could easily be bigger than GTA 5
Yeah,
just on its single player
definitely.
alone, especially with all the new technology and stuff that's been going on. So, you know, even Watch Dogs, I think, is around like 47, 51 gigs right now, and that's a pretty big open world. Considered that was modeled off the UK and London, you know. So so you consider that it's going to be pretty big. Depending on how big the actual city is and what they modeled it off of. Because, you know, so I'm not sure.
I almost feel like this is going to be like over
Mhm.
100 gig.
Probably.
I'm
Probably.
hoping it's not going to be entering that Modern Warfare 200 gig range. That's freaking
Uh,
just ridiculous. Um,
yeah.
but you gotta consider Modern Warfare is literally like 4 games all smashed
Mm,
together into one. Your-
yeah.
their menu, you're literally choosing what game you're playing.
Hmm. Yeah. Because you got Warzone, you've got the actual story mode, you got the multiplayer, and then you got co-op. So that's a lot.
And
But
every single one of those have their own.
y- yeah, that's true.
I always thought that was funny. I think I'm not sure if co-op has shaders with one. But I always hated seeing that. I'm up there, it's like doing shaders for Warzone, doing shaders for multiplayer, for campaign. Like, why are they not sharing the same shaders? What's going on
Yeah,
there? Like, it's the same game, just a different game. It
yeah.
almost feels like they
I'm not
had
sure.
different dev teams within inside the company with a set
Mm,
table template. All right, this is
mm,
the template you got to use now. Build your type thing.
mm.
And I
Yeah.
think that's why I think it's almost why all the game modes feel different from it.
Mhm.
Multiplayer does not feel like Warzone, and they don't.
Right, right.
I,
Well, I
I
mean, it's interesting to say the very least. I mean, I know probably, I'm not sure if you saw it, but I know like right now, Origin is, or BioWare is trying to remaster the Mass Effect trilogy. So that's something. I'm not
that's
sure what they're going
ex-
to do other than maybe touch up textures and stuff, maybe explore paths that were scrapped, but I don't know.
I
You
feel
know.
like they need a win. Those guys need a
Mm,
win badly.
mm, mm,
There's been just so much garbage. I don't know how to put it any better. So much
mm,
garbage that they thrown out and comments about things that they lost a lot of clout. They
mm,
went from being one of the best developers. Had to see. I
mm,
love Mass Effect. I
mm,
actually, now I think about it, I don't think I ever finished Mass Effect 2. I
mm.
probably should get on that. I still own it. I
I
finished
mean,
part
I
one.
bought Mass Effect 1. I still have Mass Effect 2 in my Origin library. I have Mass Effect 3 in my Origin library still. Um, the only thing I didn't get on my Origin library was Andromeda, but I did play that on PS4, and honestly, I wasn't very impressed by it. I'm sorry, but I just wasn't very impressed by that one.
Is it the
You know,
story that's just bad, or is it?
it was not bad. Well, I can't say that wasn't bad. The story was okay, but the problem was by the end of Andromeda, the story felt like it was just a restart to Mass Effect 1. And
Yeah,
I that's how I felt about it. Is like for me, I interpreted it as like, oh, they looped back around to making it like, oh, this is just going to be restarting Mass Effect 1 with a brand new character. You know what I mean? And that's how
it
I felt about it at the
yeah.
end.
When it was coming out, I looked at it, I'm like, that's a legacy game. That's like the
Mhm,
next generation from
mhm,
Shepard and all of them.
mhm.
So like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's just the next generation, new galaxy.
Mhm,
You're
mhm.
gonna have like I don't know if it had any cameos, but you're gonna have an homage to back to the old games, things that happened in the past. They're gonna talk about something. That's like that.
Yeah.
Like I felt like I already seen that coming when I first saw the game. Um,
Mhm.
a lot of people crapped on it because was the Frostbite engine right for weird facial problems.
The Frostbite engine was a small issue, but I never noticed any big problems with it. So,
Yeah, like
I
they
mean,
patched a lot of that stuff out. Um,
yeah.
but I remember just a whole bunch of videos crapping on the game, and then I noticed they never really talked about the story or anything, or
Mhm.
gameplay wise. It was just them shitting on the Frostbite or the fight engine and how the
Yeah, because the thing is, the story started off with it feeling like a brand new game, feeling like it was going to be something refreshing. And then all of a sudden, it went from going at the midpoint to me where I was like, oh, okay, this is all cool, it's all new. And then all of a sudden, like right at the end, it just felt like, wait, man, is this just a restart to the whole Shepard legacy and it's going to be in a new galaxy and new planet and stuff, or is this going to be the start of a brand new story?
is the
And that's
character
where I felt like it was.
is the main character related to
No, no, they are totally new characters. In fact, the story relates to two twins. One of two that you're going to play as, the female one or the male one. And it leads into you eventually gain them to where they finally are able to see the new Earth or new world that you were going to, but you never really had them in your party. You never
Oh, so
actually
you're
truly
you're
had them
you're not a paragon. So you're just some dude or lady that
you
had a ship.
yeah, you're some dude or lady who was part of the captain crew, the captain's family that was leaving for the new world or the new Earth when all the crap of Mass Effect was going down. Like the collectors were invading and
Oh, okay.
all those other things were invading. And that was cool. The beginning of the story was really cool because it set up the notion of you are trying to leave Earth as the collectors are coming to invade. And you are trying to go to a new Earth where the collectors are not going to reach you or all that other stuff. But then it just kind of somewhere in the middle, it felt like, why is this starting to mimic Mass Effect 1? You know what I mean? It started to feel like it was mimicking Mass Effect 1, except it's new alien race that's trying to invade, or they were like kind of a small, like, nutter threat, like the collectors. You know what I mean?
Maybe we should have realized it's coming, because the more I think about the media behind that game, a lot of the
Mm-hmm.
media was more about their new Frostbite engine than it was about the actual game. Like they
Yeah.
constantly repeated the graphics engine. Think about it. I'm like, they never really talked about well, obviously they talked about the story a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But man, the more I think about it, it was more about a showcase of their graphics engine. That should have been a red flag from the jump.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah.
like
Yeah, because
new Mass Effect game featuring Frostbite.
mm-hmm. Yeah, because like that's the thing. It's like I played through a drama, and it was like I tried to find what was good about the story, other than the fact that it was all just Frostbite engine, you know.
Mhm.
And it's like the story started out like it was a brand new story. You were going to a brand new universe that was supposedly a new Earth, and that's where every ship that fled from the collectors was meant to meet up at. But unfortunately, somewhere down the line, everything went to shit. None of the collectors, none of the ships that were supposed to meet at this new Earth or this new planet ever actually made it. And you are trying, being the only ship that actually made it to the checkpoint, you are now going out to find all the other ships and figure out what the heck happened, you know? But it somewhere near the midpoint of the story just felt like it was a restart to Mass Effect 1, you know, just
So,
in a different universe, in a different
you're
world.
Galaxy Andromeda.
Yeah, you go
from
to
from my
Andromeda,
understanding.
and then it turns out to you having to do rescue for every other colony that pretty much went missing. And then you find out that there's a new threat or a different alien race that is trying to stop humans or all these other aliens from actually trying to colonize on these other planets.
Okay, like
They're not
that's believable.
per se, but
Talk about
they're a new threat.
about an indigenous people, not even from your galaxy, coming to your galaxy, colonize.
Yeah.
You can see how that looks like an ultimate threat. Like travel between actual galaxies and get over here. That's
Mm.
like next type shit.
Mm. Yeah.
and like I guess that part is doable, but I feel like them
Mhm.
going to search for the other, even like
Mm.
I think
Mhm.
it should have been more your
Mhm.
alien light years away into a new galaxy, I think your first priority would be, hey, we need a home base. Like we're not going to be able to make it all the way back to that's going down where we came from. Don't want to go back. I feel like I never played the game. Maybe they actually did this, but I feel like first priority, set up a home.
Well, there was a small space station where every culinary ship was supposed to meet up at, but your damaged ship was the only one to actually make it after you being basically in cryostasis for like 154 years. And you just all of a sudden wake up because the ship goes haywire. Something goes haywire on the ship, and all the systems are malfunctioning, and it's waking everyone on the colony up, or everyone on that ship up. And that's kind of how the beginning of the story starts, basically. So then you gotta try to repair the ship and make it back to the space station, and then it just becomes a point where all of a sudden every other colony ship that was supposed to make it there didn't make there, and you have to go search for them and bring them back if they're still alive.
So did you ever even make it to the Andromeda Galaxy?
You do.
Okay.
You do. There's a space station there that is basically shut down, and until your ship makes it into the space station, everything is basically like dead. There's nothing. It's like all abandoned, and it's like no way. It's like life was basically given up there until you bring it back to life, because you all of a sudden are like, the first colony to actually make it there. And then they tell you, oh, now you have to search for all the other missing colonies, because the colonies these ships are still out there. We want to know if they're still alive or if you can bring them to the station. And it's like, okay, that's fine. And then you find out.
Yeah, for me, and I feel like that's where they should have been. It should have been more about like, hey, let's set up not just a station, but terrestrial base or home, and then we can go search. When we have a certified, protected safe haven, and we can go search for the other people. That's like you say, you're in cryo for almost a century and a half. You're not going back to where you came from, so you need to set down roots instead of looking for other people. And maybe it could have been branched into a second game where towards halfway through the first game, after setting down roots, go search out the second game. You're finding more ships and what happened, and it could have ideas could have been infinite from that point.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, it just felt, and that's where I think it went wrong. Was they had such a massive story in mind, but it was like that story was crammed into one game, rather than going, hey, we could take another trilogy out of it, or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it could have gone for another trilogy or so, but they just decided not to make it that way. You know what I mean? Which I don't know why they didn't, but hey, it is what it is. I guess at this point,
It almost makes me wonder if they would have done it better if they didn't use the Mass Effect name. Just made it a different name, like maybe have Mass Effect in there, like Andromeda, like a Mass Effect story or something like that. Because it's not. I thought it was a legacy game, but from your description, it's not a legacy game. Have nothing to do with Shepard. They're tied to that, but it's a spinoff. It's a spinoff, and it should have been, still tied to Mass Effect, but its own IP.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I mean, like right now, I'm looking at the wiki, and you know what they're saying is a spinoff and release right now. It's coming pretty soon. Is the Legacy Edition, which is the remastered of all 3 games in Mass Effect. That's the thing. They're saying that the Mass Effect Legacy Edition is going to be a spinoff. So
If it's
I
how
mean,
can it be a spinoff? It's a remaster. The same
I
game
know.
with
It's
maybe
the same
some
game.
deleted stuff added back into it, like
Yeah.
almost like a director cut movie.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know why, but that's just the way they titled it. They said on the wiki it's a spinoff. It's not even part of the main series or anything like that. So, eh. So yeah, I mean, okay, but what are you gonna do?
Hey, the internet's always right. So whatever internet says, that's goes. That's the new definition of spinoff.
Yeah, yeah.
Me getting older, I gotta get used to this stuff when word definitions are changing, and
Mhm.
like I gotta be open to the change. I've been really close minded on some things. It's been it bugs me. I'm like that's not even what that word means. I'm like stop it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. So, I mean, I don't even know if you could even call Final Fantasy VII Remastered a spinoff because it's probably not. Even though you look at it, it kind of added a lot more to it,
Mhm.
but it's an episodic thing. So who knows? It's
You
going
know
to be a long time before it comes out fully.
the new Final Fantasy VII is funny to me because
Mm-hmm.
like you said, it had added a lot to it. It's like they filled in the gaps of the Final Fantasy dialogue, Final Fantasy VII dialogue. All the things that you talked about, you just read about, but you never actually saw. You actually got to play it in the remake, like the things with Wedge and all that stuff. Then we just talked about it. Yeah, remember
Uh-huh.
when we did this or this happened here and we did this and that. You actually play that in the remake. You actually play all those scenarios. Pretty cool.
Mhm.
So it's so I've seen things online like, oh yeah, they're deviating from the story, they're adding stuff that never happened. No, it happened in the original game. You just never played through it because you
Mhm.
weren't Wedge. All the other characters.
Yeah.
New remake, you actually play like the Wedge part, things like that.
Mm,
So it's
yeah.
it's really cool. Like it's always been in the game. It was always there. It was always part of the.
True. True. Yeah, it has. I mean, that's the interesting thing. I'm very interested in when they get to that point in Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm very interested to seeing how they do Vincent's story because Vincent Valentine was one of my favorite characters in Final
Yeah.
Fantasy VII. So
Where
it's like I'm
where
very interested to see how they do
where
that.
does the current episode end at?
I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't
Is it the
remember.
first
I watched
Sephiroth
it. I
fight?
don't remember. I think it was just like a little bit outside Mygar, like after you left Mygar or had the whole fallout in Mygar happen. I think.
Well, I remember watching the plate drop. I seen that a
Mm.
lot. I think that's like one of the most beautiful CGI things. Fucking plate drop remake. Um, did they? I'm trying to think. Go to the Chocobo.
I don't think they have. I don't think they
What they
did.
call it?
I'm
The
not sure.
Golden Globe or something? I can't remember what they call
Golden Saucer, I
it.
think it
Yeah,
was. Yeah, if I remember. But it's like I know Midgard was one of the main things in the very first like part of this whole
yeah.
episodic feature.
Midgar was
So
like the first quarter of the Final Fantasy game, Final Fantasy
yeah.
VII original. It was like first 25% of the game.
Hmm. Yeah.
Crazy.
Hmm. Yeah. So I'm interested to seeing how they'll play out Vincent's story and even like Kate Smith or Kate Smith, if you remember him.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how they're going to do that too. Because Kate Smith was also another character who I literally was like, wow, this guy has some this guy's a character,
Yeah.
Uh, especially when you first meet him, it's like you don't even realize that he's trying to scam you to a degree.
Mhm.
It's like he's literally just gambling a gambling cat, which was funny.
Like, it's been so long since I played, because I never played the streams of
Yeah,
it. Trying to remember,
yeah.
did you meet Yuffie? I think after you.
I don't think you did, but I know, like they said in the remake, at some point you can't not have Yuffie in your store in the game. Like you can't not come get Yuffie at some point, because I know in the original you could literally miss Yuffie and never even have her in your
Yeah.
your team at all.
Yeah, because if you didn't play the story and hunt her down and all that stuff, I think she's still effort.
Mm-hmm.
Still, like,
Yeah.
it was one of your summoning materials. You gotta hunt her down.
Yeah. Yeah. And at some point they said that in the remake you have to get her on your team because she plays some critical role in the story. So I'm not sure what that role would be, but I'm sure it'll be revealed in time, And yeah, I mean, I never really got to play it because again, I stopped playing PS4, so
Yeah.
so yeah.
You know what's funny? I wonder if they'll even keep going after the original story of Final Fantasy into Advent Children.
It'd be
That'd be
interesting
really cool if
to
they
see.
did that.
Yeah. I mean, I watched Advent Children. That was a really good movie at the time.
It's funny because it's a good movie by itself, but if you understand the story of Final Fantasy, I mean, it just takes that movie to a whole new level. All the things, remnants of Sephiroth,
Mhm.
knowing who Mother actually is, talking in the
Yeah.
background, if you just recognize her voice.
Yeah, that's I'm wondering how they're going to play out. Like one thing that interests me is, are they is Final Fantasy VII Remake going to have the scrap story where Aerith survives a lot longer than just the first half of the actual game? Because it sounds like it seemed like to me that they were exploring that path of Aerith surviving that half part of the game.
I really hope they don't do that. That is literally a absolutely pivotal point in the game. And the story, how the feel of it, like they would be removing one of the staples of Final Fantasy VII that I wouldn't say they loved that she died. I don't think anyone loved that she died. Maybe a few trollers out there, but it set the tone for the rest of the game, as in what you're fighting for. Her voice in the back of your mind, pushing Cloud to do certain things throughout the game. It's such a pivotal moment, and the feels of when it happens, watching Sephiroth just go right through her. Oh God, I hope they don't remove.
Yeah,
that is iconic.
Sure, and that's the thing, is I'm not even sure what they're planning with that part, because it's hard to say. It's hard to say, at this point. But I do think that at least at this point, SquareSoft or Square Enix at least has an idea of what they want to do. It's just a matter of how it's going to be played out.
You know what route they can take with her? Since they added the whole Ghost and the Phantom stuff, they can have her come back like that and be an influence that way, and still keep the original storyline, and just and still have the original storyline with her voice influencing Cloud on certain things and taking certain actions. But she'll actually have a visible form, since they added the Wraith and Phantom thing in the game.
Yeah, true. That's true.
I shouldn't say physical form, a visual form.
If they're how they're going to do Zack, because if you remember the story, and I know we're going to get into a little bit of spoilers. If you never played, Zack actually, or Cloud believes he's Zack, but he really wasn't.
Yeah, the bomb drop. Because that, yeah, I think that was a flashback after they lived Midgard. That's a flashback that happens back in the dealing with all that.
Yeah,
Oh man,
because you gotta remember that. And I'm sorry that's a bit of a spoiler for anyone who's never played Final Fantasy VII before, but Cloud believes that he's Zack, so it's really
yeah,
interesting to how Zack and the whole Sephiroth story will play out, as you recall.
yeah, and it's funny because no one ever, what's funny? People rarely talk about that part. It's like this unspoken rule, like you never talk about that part of Final Fantasy VII because no one ever really brings it up, and because it's such a twist. It's such a twist that it technically didn't even need to be there, but it makes the story so much more compelling when you find out that Cloud's only a clone. He's a clone with Sephiroth's DNA at some. Like he's not a complete clone of Sephiroth. Sephiroth part of him, and it's so weird because the only thing I didn't like about that part of the story, how did Tifa never say anything? That's the only part that made zero sense in that storyline. Tifa never said anything.
Yeah.
And Tifa was was like a very close friend to Zack.
Yes.
So, and even back then, obviously she didn't know Cloud, but Cloud was there, and he was with Zack and he liked Zack, so it was almost like he took up his persona for whatever weird reason. Because I think back then he was into wearing the normal Shinra outfit with the blue helmet and all that back then.
He was the soldier outfit completely. He wasn't even unmasked. You wouldn't even know it was him.
You wouldn't even notice it was him. But the Tifa thing just didn't make sense because I'm like, their hair is similar, but the facial features are completely different. And Tifa being such a close friend to Zack, like she should have known that they're two different people. That's the only part of the story that just didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, maybe they'll finally explain it, but I'm not even sure. Because in the end, it again, like it is. It's a part of the story that almost is never talked about, even though it is clearly part of the story.
Yeah. It's a really big part of Cloud's character development and his mind state.
Yeah, so I'm very interested to see how that'll play out eventually when it comes down to that part of the story, because I don't know how they're going to do it. I really don't know, since you look at the gameplay, it's going to be update features. The real-time system that was in Final Fantasy 13-3, I think it was, if I remember correctly. 13-3 added that real-time system, or kind of, wasn't it? God,
I can't remember. I tell you the truth, I kind of stopped paying attention to Final Fantasy games. Probably after 7. Like I paid attention to a little bit of 8, but for me it paled in comparison. I don't even remember Final Fantasy 9. And I think they really didn't return the glory until Final Fantasy 10 and 10-2. And then after that, it's kind of a blur until the freaking online game.
Yeah, that's true. It was a bit of a blur. Like, I don't know. I mean, I played most of them up until I think it was 14. I never got to play that at all. Or not. Was it 14 or was it? Ah, dang. I don't. It was the one on Xbox. It was the one on Xbox 360. The first online version of Xbox on 360. I forgot which one that was.
I don't
Was that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it 12?
I don't remember.
Google, help
I
me.
know there was a Final Fantasy that was online on that was like, you could it was only online for
14?
Xbox. It wasn't. I don't think it was it was 14. Let me see. I'm gonna look it up. um, Final Fantasy 10, 15. No, it wasn't 15. I don't even remember. It was on. I don't remember anymore. It wasn't Zodiac, but I remember Zodiac Age being pretty good. Was it 13 or 14?
14 is the current online. Has it always?
Yeah. No, it was on Xbox 360. I remember. Or yeah, it was like 360 or something. God dang. I'm sorry, I don't remember anymore.
Like, I don't even see
It was
any
11. 11. Or
11.
yeah, it was 11. Final Fantasy 11 online.
Okay,
It was
yeah.
Final Fantasy 11. That was the one I never got to play at all. But I heard I was listening to like Maximilian Jude, and he said that was one of the best online versions. It was even better than 14, at least according to him. So, I mean,
I don't know how much I agree with that. I think 14, 11 had quite a few issues. I can't even say issue. It was just kind of boring to me. I think 14 was a little.
Well, I mean, I would get 14, but again, I'm not sure if I have the money to keep an online account going for it.
Yeah.
So that's my main issue with any of those with some of these online type games, especially when they're the pay to play. Which, don't get me wrong, I don't think pay to play is bad at all. It's just like, do you have the money for it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't wonder if they'll just add like a Kingdom Hearts experience.
That's an interesting question, considered that Kingdom Hearts is such a big game.
Yeah.
Like,
it already got a
really big game.
Already got a fully fleshed out world, stories, characters already developed. It's just really just taking your different action groups and adding a catalyst.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it against Square Enix to want to try it, and it comes down to Disney though. But again, it comes down to Disney. Is Disney willing to put it out there? Because if Disney's willing to shell out the money or shell out the product, because again, it uses Disney characters.
Yeah,
it could be one of the biggest online games coming out. When you look at it,
I wouldn't see why Disney wouldn't want it. It's every single one of the parts has been a huge success. All of them. Yeah, there hasn't been a flop, which is crazy, especially when you're talking about a game that has I think it has 5 different editions. They're not all sequels. They're like 2 and 2.5. So the 4 or 5 different editions, and every single one sold.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I mean, I wouldn't see it not having success. It's just a matter of when is Disney and Square Enix willing to pull that out, or are they willing to pull it out at this point, I think. But obviously, if it was to happen, I think it would be huge, honestly.
Yeah, I think it would be crazy.
It'd probably be blasted through Disney's network, because obviously Disney would probably blast it out there at some point.
Do like some type of marketing. You get some type of cosmetic if you have Disney Plus or something like that. Yeah. Exclusive content for Disney Plus members. And you can add in some more Star Wars stuff to it.
Yeah. Because, I mean, you think about it, it would be blasted for Disney's network. And obviously, it probably sell millions. I mean, you'd probably even have a bigger community than I don't know, World of Warcraft maybe. I mean, I don't think it would be bigger than World of Warcraft, but it definitely could possibly be. Consider how big that has been, you know.
Then they could top it off with Baby Yoda as a playable character.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be fucking
Uh,
hilarious.
Yeah. Because, I mean, like, right now, World of Warcraft still has a pretty solid base community. You know, you look at it, because it's still topping the charts in Twitch right now with, like, over 20,000 viewers right now. So,
Was that with WoW?
yeah, World of Warcraft. Yeah, it's still topping the charts on Twitch right now. So,
Yeah, brought a lot of people to Shadowlands, and
Yeah.
the updates to their combat system, resetting levels. Like, it only goes to 60 again.
mhm,
My brother's back into it. A couple
mm,
friends with them.
mm,
I'm not going back because I'm just kind of
mhm.
MMORPG. I just have no
Mhm,
desire to play.
mhm. Yeah, I get
And
that.
I'm not gonna lie, I was tempted. They almost got me. They almost brought me back into the WoW crack. Like, I just remember what it was like around when I stopped playing. I was just spending like an hour jumping around the squares in the middle of town, not really doing anything. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty much a waste of time for me. There's been
Yeah,
times
I
where I literally logged on, didn't
Mhm.
do anything, just sitting around town, just kind of clowning around, and then logged off. Do I?
Yeah, I mean, I'm even thinking about, like, do I want to even go into buying the season pass for season 7 of Apex Legends? Because it's like, am I really going to dedicate all my time to the battle pass? I mean, I
That's the
know it's
thing.
only $10, but do I really want to dedicate myself to that
And,
again?
and that's it. That's the thing. It's a dedication. Like, you gotta be
Mhm,
on there at
mhm,
least 3 times a week, putting in like
mhm,
at least a 2 hour session. Well, actually, it'd be shorter than that. It depends on how good you're um
mhm,
getting your
mhm. Yeah.
like
'Cause,
you
I mean,
least.
the level up system completely changed. It's now to the point where you get your dailies, you get your weeklies. Your dailies are worth 1 to 2 stars, depending on which ones you get. And then your weeklies are worth a battle pass level up, about 4. And then, like, all the other weeklies are 2 stars each. And
Okay.
if you get, like, I think it's 5 or 6 stars, you level up the battle pass by 1. So that's how the battle pass works now.
So they uber simplified it. So they got rid of all XP.
Hmm.
I guess that helps with computing power. You're has to calculate less, or you're counting to 10, 6, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
Instead of
Yeah.
thousands upon tens of thousands of fucking
Mm, yeah.
across how many millions of people that play,
Yeah.
hundreds of thousands of people. I guess
Yeah.
that helps with computing. They still
Mhm.
got lag, so
Yeah. That's the thing, is it still has lag, and it's like, wow, why is it not optimized very well, or why am I lagging? Because, like, the first few games, day 1 of the patch, I dropped in, I got about a peak of anywhere between 100 ms to about 150 ms, and I was like, and I'm on an Oregon server. I'm on Oregon's server, which is not very far from me because I live in California. It's
yeah,
like, why am I getting that kind of lag? You know?
that's like late 90s, early 2000 type normal gameplay back then to get like 100, 150.
Mm,
Like
I know.
now is like usual. Like anything above 60 is considered kind of high.
I'm normally on Fortnite in the West Coast server, I'm normally anywhere between 30 ms to 60 ms. That's my normal.
Yeah, I
And
feel like
that's
yeah,
not very much.
yeah, I feel like anything above 60 is considered kind of high now.
Yeah. So it's like I don't know what's going on with the server side right now on Apex Legends, because it's like, yeah, Apex Legends, you have the game and it could be nice, but I don't know. It's the servers is acting wacky for me.
And they just don't. I don't. They just don't have enough servers attached to the game. Not like when it first dropped. They had so many servers attached to that game.
Yeah.
And you rarely even had a lag issue. That's one of the talking points. And there's barely any lag to this game. This is amazing. And then like 2 weeks in, all of a sudden you had like lag issues out the butt.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. It'll be interesting because when does Call of Duty Black Ops 4 drop, or
Pretty soon, right?
it's pretty soon. Yeah. I'm just going to be interested to see how it really, stacks, I'll be really interested to see how it stacks when it comes out, cuz like, is it going to be bigger than Warzone or Modern Warfare Warzone, or will it be, on par, 'Cause it does have a community, and people are going back it no matter what happens. But
Yeah.
you
The arcadey thing about it, I'm just like, that's not like
Mhm.
like the legacy of Black Ops. Black Ops
Mhm.
has been arcadey. Modern
Mhm.
Warfare used to. Warfare's were like 81. Modern Warfare 2 and
True.
Modern Warfare 3 were very arcadey.
Advanced Warfare was very arcadey, if you
Yeah.
recall that. And I remember Advanced Warfare very, very
God,
well.
I love that game. I think Advanced Warfare is my favorite.
Mhm.
I was so good at it.
Yeah, it was different. I really had my peak on that game. In fact, that was really the one game that almost brought me back into the Call of Duty franchise, and then I kind of just dropped out again. And it's the same thing, like going back into Modern Warfare with Warzone. I really almost got back into the crack of it, and then I was like, no, I'm going to drift back out, drift back out of it. You know what I mean?
What is the BR called this time?
I think it's still Warzone, but it hasn't been announced.
First
It
one was
hasn't
called
been
Blackout.
announced.
Last one was. I thought they were just
I'm
coming.
not sure. It hasn't been announced what it's going to be called. It's still like hinting Warzone, but I doubt they'll reuse the same name. I kind of doubt they'll reuse the same name, and they just haven't revealed what the name is. I just don't think they've revealed it yet. But I would assume maybe it has something
Blackout
to do with World War
came
II.
with, what was that, Black Ops 4 that it came with?
Which one?
Blackout.
Oh,
BR. Was that Blackout? Was that Black Ops
4? That was I think called Black Ops 4. Yeah, I think that was Black Ops 4.
But I'll call it Blackout again. I don't know.
Yeah, Call of Duty. Yeah, it might be called Blackout 2. Maybe it'll be called Blackout 2. I'm not sure. Because it was Call of Duty 4 that had, or Black Ops 4 that had Blackout. And that went free to play on PS4, I guess. I guess Blackout went free to play on PS4. Or something went free to play on Blackout. I'm not sure.
I think it's Blackout in general. You can just download and play that. You didn't have to actually after a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what will happen. Because, like you said, I did feel that Call of Duty Cold War was much more arcadey to a degree. And I'm not sure if I liked that, but, I can't weigh in on my thoughts because, it's like, to some degree, I was like, yeah, maybe this will be good, but then to other degrees, I was like, and then I'm out of it, you know.
Yeah.
You- so I'm not really sure how I feel about it because again, I noticed that Call of Duty Cold War had a lot more sniper play. It was just like hugely sniper based.
Yeah,
There were hardly any AR users that I ran into.
because there's certain maps, it's just like holy shit. Like the whole one side of that desert map is straight up sniper
Mhm.
play. You cannot take any other weapon over. If you're playing any other weapon, you got to stay towards like the center and right or center and the mountain wall side to play an
Mhm.
AR. If you go out to the dunes, you're getting head taken off. Even just going in between the dunes, which is kind of cool gunplay, but as soon as you pop out, you're getting a freaking bullet in the forehead.
Yeah.
I thought it was cool. At the
Uh-huh.
same time, I thought I had fun with playing out in the dunes on that one map. It was the
Mhm.
what's the other map in the big wall or something like?
I think it was in Moscow or something like that. I think it was
Like
like Moscow or something. I don't remember.
I,
It
I
was the mall. And then I know Miami was another one. Miami was another map which was all hotels. I didn't
get it.
see that much. Oh, okay, Pexler. Yeah,
It,
Pexler said he didn't see that much sniper play, but I know I ran into a massive swarm of snipers. It was like sniper left to right, you know.
I remember the one
But
game I played, like 80% of my
mhm.
team were running a sniper rifle. Like, man, why are we losing? I'm like, because no one is put. It's like me and one other guy pushing. We're getting cooked by 4 people. This is a 4v2 situation. Now you guys are
Mhm.
back here trying to snipe, and you're not hitting your targets consistently.
Yeah.
I'm like, and then you're getting flanked from the mountain wall. You're looking over the
Mhm.
dunes, like, like all freaking 6 of you are looking over the dunes, getting lit up from the wall.
Mhm. Yeah. I know, like it's just I don't know. It's interesting, to say the very least.
If I get it, I'm probably going to be waiting toward Christmas time. I do
Mm,
end up getting.
yeah, Pexlar said that. Then again, he sniped on Miami, so and he was only playing VIP. He was only playing the VIP mode, so that might explain why I was seeing a lot more sniper play because I was in quick play most of the time. I never really jumped into VIP mode or any of those other specialty modes that they were offering. So, mm, so it could have just been me. It could have just been me because I was playing quick play mode. But I know a lot of people, especially the PS4 users, were all like, "I'm turning off crossplay because I'm getting, I'm there are too many cheaters." And it's like, really? I mean, maybe, but a lot of those people on PC are really, really heightened senses sometimes.
Yeah,
Like you could tell.
people don't realize crossplay, which is cool if they
Mhm,
limit the frame rate. Don't.
mhm,
So when you're playing crossplay, console, a PC player looks like a cheater. Like how they shoot me before I even see them, type stuff. Like all wall
mhm.
hacking. I'm like, no, because they're running more than twice the frames that you are. I'm like,
Yeah,
they're the console. You're capped at a lot of
yeah,
some consoles. You're capped at 30.
yeah.
But
That's
but
true.
usually in Call of Duty, you're capped at 60. And then you got PC players, like the average PC player is running 144 hertz. Then you got the guys that
Mhm,
are doing up over 200. Now they're dropping
mhm.
monitors that do 360. So it's like
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean, I'm looking to maybe upgrade this monitor that I have for my computer right now from a 1080p 60 hertz to a 144 if I
Yeah.
can because they're getting cheaper
Yeah.
now.
Flexar makes a good point. You said here the PC has frame rate, console has aim assist. But
Yeah.
the problem with aim assist, yeah, it helps. But when you're fighting multiple targets, aim assist is a
Mhm.
hindrance because it will pull
Yeah.
you off your target and you might hit your last killing bullet. I remember playing. I think it was, I can't remember what one of the Call of Duties I bought on PlayStation 2, and I just remember playing on PlayStation. I get into a multiple combatant situation, and I do my normal PC thing, and then like I'm like, why did my crosshair pull off my guy? And then I watched the replay. I'm like, oh, because my aim assist pulled me off my target.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I mean, even I've noticed, like, sometimes, I mean, it definitely is depending. Like, you look at Fortnite, for instance, you have a lot of players who are going to play the game on keyboard and mouse to do their building stuff, and then all of a sudden, the moment they stop building, they pull out the controller just so that the aim assist can roll out the shots. You know what I mean? So
going against aim assist 2v2 gunfights, yeah. I kind of have a mixed bag about it. Flex, I have a mixed bag. It sucks depending on what line you're playing and distance. I can tell you right now, with aim assist, especially on Modern Warfare, they don't even have to. They might not even necessarily see you. They just know you're in a general facility, and they're running a marksman rifle, and they just start blasting off, and the aim assist fixes it for them. I've died to that like so many times. I'm just like, wow, he didn't even know where I was. The aim assist just helped them get the shot.
Yeah, I feel that's the same thing with like Fortnite's aim assist. Is like you don't even have to generally be in the proximity area before aim assist kind of takes over and goes, here, there's the shot. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because I've had many times where, like, I've really watched my replays and I'm like, oh, okay, that guy just literally aim assisted me out of nowhere, and they were like maybe 2 inches behind where I actually was, and they just kind of generally saw me. Aim assist kind of took it away because they moved their crosshair just slightly into position for my my hitbox or something. It worked out for them.
And it's funny because console, when it comes to Call of Duty, it's a different play style. Like console is a lot of bunny hopping. Do a lot of bunny hopping in console. You see more drop shotting in PC than you see bunny hopping. Like you're still some bunny hopping in PC, but not because people easily adjust for it with their mouse. PC, I think you see more drop shotting and crouching. And it's like drop shotting, crouching, and strafing a lot more occasional jump. Like console, you jump every corner. Run out, you jump every corner. Aim assist fixes the fire for you, and a lot of marksman type rifle console to get that high damage one hit, one hit or quitter out there.
Yeah, I mean that's true. It does happen a lot. Like you can tell. I would say it's obvious, probably more than I look at it now. When a console player is playing, especially on Modern Warfare, you can tell they're a console player because they all of a sudden just jump, and then all of a sudden it's just like bang, bang, and they're landing on the ground, having like damage or taking you out or damage, full damage to you. You know what I mean?
And there's not a lot. There's good console players. You don't see a lot of vertical change. It's usually their vertical is kind of in a set area, and they do a lot of strafing to make up for the actual shot or the shot instead of actually.
Yeah,
it just makes it more consistent.
Yeah. But then again, I mean, aim assist will allow you to have that extra little bit of, I guess, or something compared to console, or compared to PC, where everything is pretty much on you. And if you're going like even for me, I've noticed that if you go too fast, it becomes hard to get your shot right on the marker sometimes. Like, I mean, obviously that's the same if you go too slow, but
yeah, like I always slow down my speed playing on the PC because you, like I said, gives you more control, and I don't know, I can just focus a little better. I see things. I'm like, my eyes aren't the greatest. I'm getting old. So my eyes aren't the greatest, and funny because I can't even play at 60 FPS. It hurts my.
Mm.
I literally have to be up in a 120 and higher frame rate to play Call of Duty now. Actually, be consistently take shots. But it's with the, like I said, with the aim assist though, like I think console needs it. Like so saying console needs it to help compensate for the frame rate thing. And and the fact that it's not godly. I mean, especially on multiplayer. If I'm playing with a bunch of console players, I'm usually like just destroying people.
It depends. I mean, like for me, I've noticed because it's definitely a different mindset. Like you notice when you're playing with console, especially a lot of Xbox players, because I get matched up with a lot of Xbox players.
Yeah,
a lot of them. It's like if you're on PC, KBM, they are just sitting in a corner waiting for you, looking around. You know what I mean? It's like you almost never really find them in the open too often, unless they just got sniped out or something. You know what I mean? Which is really funny to see.
And it's funny because I get to play multiplayer and I get in the back lines a lot. I mean, a lot. Especially when I'm playing a lot of console players. I see what you mean about them camping. People get upset about that. I'm like, it's the game. This is how they win. This is their play styles. You got to be prepared to fire when you turn a corner. Like every map, I have a route that I run. There's a route that I use. You learn the line of sight. So like there's certain maps where when you get to a certain point in the map, you're just screwed for line of sight. I can't remember what map that is, but you can clearly, it's like a crosshair. You got the burning building on one side, and you have like arm or whatever on the other.
Yeah.
Get to the middle, it's a big cross T. You can clearly see from east to west on the map, and it's a big wide open middle. Like once you get there, you got to be really careful about someone sniping you from ducked in a corner. They can't be seen in the lane they're in because they're acting in the corner, but they can clearly see across the other side. I love that map. That's one of my favorite maps because there's certain routes and certain play that map, and because there's a lot of little climb spots go between, and with the frame rate, it really helps hitting the shot before they can hit me.
Yeah, it does. Anyway, I don't know. I mean, going back like with Cyberpunk, I'm interested to see like how the auto aim weapons will work because I know in one of the previews there was a preview about some auto aim weapons, which is kind of an interesting thought for me. I'm not sure if the auto aim weapons will be good, but who knows?
Yeah, what it was a sub, right? Where if you hit the first bullet, you can curve the bullet around the
I think so.
Wherever they're at.
Yeah, I
hit them or something like that.
I don't remember which trailer it was on Cyberpunk that was showing off the weapons, but I know like one of them was like showing off the auto aim weapons, and it's like, okay, those are cool concept ideas, but I don't know. I'm wondering how they'll be good, how they'll be, because like even and you remember like Hyperscape, it's just like when they had that auto pistol, it's like wow, everyone just was like, no, I don't like it, And I mean, it can't hit scan you in the head, but it's just one of those weapons where it can be super annoying if you have, if you're just literally having it,
Then you had the auto pistol. Had the auto pistol from Titanfall. I mean, as much as I hated that weapon when people used it, it was actually a pretty well balanced weapon. It was actually very well balanced because not only do you had to be within a certain distance for it to actually lock, so it was like a close mid-range weapon. Not only you had to be close, you had to be in line of sight, and you had to get I think it was like at least four marks to get the instant kill. so it took time. So it wasn't like,
Yeah.
oh, instant, you're in line of sight, I pull the trigger, you die. No, it took time to get the kill lock. Someone with a shotgun can destroy you if you're running that pistol. Or someone with a good AR, they kept their distance, can destroy you if you're running that pistol. So it was, I think it was very well balanced. I hated the gun when it was used against me because I'm just like, oh my god, you're trash because you can't even aim type stuff. It was just salty feelings.
I think that's the same problem with when you look at Hyperscape's version of the auto pistol. It was like it was just you can't, you know, you had to know how it worked. You know what I mean? If you didn't know how it worked, it was gonna literally just tap you out every time. And that's the problem with a lot of players. Is when I was using that freaking all pass or the double tap as it was called in Hyperscape, it's like you made a mistake of getting close to me. That was your mistake, and I just capitalized on the fact that the auto pistol does everything for me. You know,
Like I didn't really play when they brought out the auto pistol. When I think about it, like the one I was playing, how high fast paced that game was, the level changes and everything like that. That's the type of game where you can use an auto pistol. That's the type of game because the movement is so fast, and even it being hit scan on for the most part, the characters are moving so fast. It's still hard to hit targets. Unless you're just good with your aim.
No doubt, it was always hard to hit targets. That's why a lot of people went towards snipers. Like in Hyperscape, it was so fast paced that a lot of people were using snipers for the very reason that it was just too fast paced to keep up with sometimes.
Yeah.
Like I tried to use the AR. It's like, yeah, I got a few knocks here and there. I got people eliminated here and there, like from time to time. But it was just so fast paced. It's hard to use an AR, a shotgun, or any other weapon that can, that can give you some time to actually aim.
Only thing I've seen only people play consistently when I was playing is that chain gun and the sniper. Like they will use sniper from way out so where you can barely see them. They just wait for you to float up in the air. As soon as you hit that apex of your jump, they headshot you.
Yeah,
from way out.
Yeah, that was the system play for a while.
Yeah.
And I think that's just something that was always kind of a thing. And I mean, nothing in sniper play. I can understand a great sniper.
There, you just faded out on me. Did we lose you, buddy? Maybe it's my side. Hold on a sec. I don't know if it's your side or mine. I can't hear you. Heck.
I don't know what happened. It was my side. I don't know why. Every time I hit the UBI or USB or something, for some reason this mic just doesn't like it just doesn't like the factor that I moved or touched the USB just a little bit, so it taps itself out.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's been a problem with the thing since I got the since I got the mic. So I don't know if it's just a manufacturer issue or something. Oh well. It happens. I know. But I don't know. I think it's gonna be interesting to see if Cyberpunk has a fast paced gameplay or which will justify the auto pistol and stuff, or if it's going to be kind of a normal pace, like Apex Legends or something. I mean, obviously, like the auto pistol wouldn't work on something like PUBG because it's just so darn slow pace.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm interested to that. And wow, Dr. Lupo is still playing Escape from Tarkov right now. He's going for a long time today.
And
Jeez, he's been going for a while.
I miss Tarkov. Maybe I should get back into it and learn where these certain items you got to get so you can extract. And it always bothered me when they moved to that. I'm just like, geez, I just want to get out.
Yeah.
Like now I gotta find parts to build a rope to hell. They can escape here. I gotta find a friendly scav to follow me back to this point so I can get out the scav exit. I'm just like, geez.
Yeah.
I know it's kind of is promoting more combat and combat scenarios in the game. I don't know. It's just like I'm there, I'm ready, I got the stuff I wanted, I got in the fights, I won them, now I gotta get out. And I'm just like, I can't get out. I'm stuck because I can't, I don't know where certain items are. I've been shooting at scavs, so I can't find a friendly scav.
Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, it's interesting because I'm looking back at some of these games, and obviously, on Monday I'm going to be continuing Watchdog Legions just to try and complete the game, and at least on stream before I complete the YouTube series and stuff. But I'm just like, I'm interested in seeing like how long like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which will be coming out in like a few days, how long that'll keep its full on interest, because I don't know. What have your thoughts been with like the last few Assassin's Creed? Because you've seen those, I'm sure.
They're repetitive.
At this point.
The Assassin's Creed has always been repetitive. I'm not saying they weren't great. I mean, I love them. Assassin's Creed. I love Assassin's Creed 2. I love Assassin's Creed 3. I love them. But it got to the point where it especially became really repetitive, doing the same tasks over and over again, just in different spots and things like that. But I liked it. The completionist in me didn't mind it because I wanted to clear everything, so it was fine. But being repetitive doesn't help replayability. Maybe 1 or 2 times through, and then after that, we're gonna kind of fade.
Right. That might be the same problem with Watch Dogs. I mean, don't get me wrong, Watch Dogs is fine the way it is. Legion actually really is compelling with the fact that you can play anyone, you can do whatever you want in the UK. The problem is that after a while, you just get to the point where it's like go here, then go there, go here, go there, and it's all the same. It's like almost the same area that you'll be running in, and then you get used to that same point,
Yeah.
Like the story is really, really good. I just wish that it was more not like sending you to the same areas over and over and over again, because after a while it got to a point where I was like, oh man, I am not really enjoyed that. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, Sometimes it's a good thing that you can, send yourself to the same area and get the same thing over and over again. But, after a while, I feel like it becomes a point where, you're just not enjoying it as much, I guess, you know. Especially with how much collectible stuff there is out there. In Legion, there's like, I think, hundreds of collectibles, and I haven't even collected them all because it's just like, oh man, I'm going back and forth for all those things.
Yeah.
So
it's funny because I never been a fan of collectibles. Like, yeah, they're cool to have, but I never went in to get every single last one. Like, doing certain tasks and achievements, I didn't mind, but like actually looking for something specific to pick up, I was like, eh. I don't know.
Yeah, I get that. And what are your thoughts about like VR? Because obviously VR is kind of becoming a bigger deal now. But what are your thoughts? Do you think there will be more VR stuff going out during the PS5 and Xbox Series X, or What are your thoughts about where VR is going?
Um, VR
Mm-hmm.
it's tough to call, man. Tough to call.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
because VR is more about the immersion than anything. So like there's a couple
Mm-hmm.
things out there like the Omni treadmill that they're
Mm-hmm.
looking to integrate into it. They drop it,
Mm-hmm.
they're dropping the wireless sets and things like that really
Mm-hmm.
help. I
Mm-hmm.
think when they get to the point where it's super simple to like almost plug and play type point to set up, it'll,
Mm-hmm.
it will it will be a lot more streamlined.
Mm-hmm.
Like I got Oculus Rift, and I'm like it's pretty user friendly. It's not hard to set up,
Mm-hmm.
but it's a lot of calibration. From your height
Mm-hmm.
to sensor setup.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple beta sensors set up to get a full 3D accurate
Mm-hmm.
uh spin on it
Mm-hmm.
for your touch
Mm-hmm.
controllers, which it works sometimes, but there's certain times your body blocks and for some reason
Mm-hmm.
if you have to have access to both sensors for your controller to work properly. I thought that was always weird, but
Mm-hmm.
um, but it I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I think once they just make it easy,
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna
Mm-hmm.
be gonna feel like it's gonna be a huge jump from the full body gear. Just throw on a headset, got a gear, grab your controller, start it up and roll type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of
Right.
calibrating
Right.
time and time again, things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Um,
I get that. I mean, obviously, I know that right now there's a lot of controversy with the Oculus Rift 2, which I don't know. I don't know about that controversy. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, I don't know. I'm wondering about that.
what I didn't haven't read the controversy. I haven't really looked into VR in a while. So what's the controversy?
Well, I mean, the controversy with Oculus Rift 2 is that you have to have your Facebook your Facebook profile in good standing. So it's like a lot of people are kind of questioning that when it comes to the Oculus Rift 2 right now.
I mean,
And a lot of people are like,
it's a Facebook property. And that's all I can say
Mm.
to that. It's a Facebook property. I'm like, yeah, you might not like it, but
The other
it's
problem with Oculus Rift 2 is a lot of people are seeing it as like if you delete your profile for any reason, you lose all your purchases. So it's like, oh, well. Okay.
here's a funny thing about gamers. They
Mm-hmm.
gaming licensing is
Mm-hmm.
so set against you as a consumer.
Mm-hmm.
If you actually read your license on all the games you purchase, it's like holy shit, dude,
Uh-huh.
you don't own anything. Like especially
Mm-hmm.
like when you're playing like online games, you make a profile. Like people selling WoW
Mm-hmm.
accounts, according to the
Mm-hmm.
license, that's illegal. Like they can take legal
Mm-hmm.
action against you for doing that
Mm-hmm.
because you're selling Blizzard property. You don't own it.
I see.
So like it's a lot that way. There's a couple other things that in there, and people like, oh, they're getting upset about this. I'm like, you guys obviously never read your licensing on any of the games you buy. I'm like, we've been on the shit end of the stick since the '80s.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
like
I
the
mean,
user's
mhm.
license is basically, hey, you're allowed to use. That's all it is.
Mm. Yeah.
Like the whole thing that they allowed to happen, like back when they had physical media, technically you didn't even own
Mm.
the physical media, even though you purchased it. According to the user
Mm.
license, you didn't own that media. That was still property of
Mm.
the company. Even though they
Mm.
allowed
Mm.
like trade-ins and things like that, and
Mm.
GameStop was buying stuff back from you, technically, the developer publisher decided it's like, yeah, all that money you just made from taking that back is ours
Mm.
now because you didn't own that. Oh, what's this?
I see.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
And,
I mean,
and
I can understand that. I think that's the same thing with like the whole DMCA thing. Like, you look at it, a lot of users are upset about the DMCA thing, and they're going like, "Well, we should fight back because we want to play our favorite music on the thing." And technically, you don't really own it, and you don't have a license for any of that, like any of that cane
it's
rest or whatever it
yeah,
is. You
it's
know.
funny because like so it's not that hard to get a license either. That's a funny thing. They're
Mm-hmm.
just some are cheap and some are a little more expensive. Um,
Mm-hmm.
like you can go ahead and get a UMG license again,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
depending on your depending on your viewership and your consistent views, it's going to cost you a different amount of money because they're usually
Mhm.
licensed packages for commercial use is a set
Mhm.
amount of usually in there. There's a set amount of audience. Like you can use
Mhm.
this license when you have a minimum of this amount to a maximum of this amount. You go over that maximum, you have to get an upgraded license, which costs more money.
Mhm. Yeah.
and, and like a license can be anywhere from like $50 to like tens of thousands of dollars, depending on
Mhm.
the level. you know,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
that's a people think oh the licenses are way too. I can't afford that.
Mhm.
You're looking at the conglomerate license, like the big media license, or
Mhm.
like the radio stations. What's the
Um.
I can't remember the
mm,
company that a lot of radio stations.
Oh boy.
Cox Media, like the Cox
Oh.
Media license
Yeah.
costs
Mhm.
tens of
Mhm.
millions of dollars for that license
Mhm.
on all that
Yeah.
because they're level. But the
Mhm.
for you to
Yeah.
say get a universal license,
Mhm.
um,
Yeah.
it might cost like $300.
I say. Yeah.
and and
Mhm.
and the funny thing is, if someone's hitting you for commercial use,
Mhm.
and if you can prove if you're not making it, and
Mhm.
your congruent viewership is under like 50 views,
Mhm.
technically that's not commercial. Legally, that's not technically legally that's not commercial use.
Mhm.
Because
Right.
my old job, that's what they ran into. Because it's not they were just you play the radio in the warehouse I worked at. Because there was more than
Mhm.
50 people working during the
Mhm.
radio stations. They had to go get,
Mhm.
and they
Mhm.
opted out. They went to different music service. They didn't
Mhm.
listen to radio stations anymore. But
Mhm.
like there's things to get around that. It's just
Mhm.
reaching out, finding out prices, negotiating, and us
Mhm.
as streamers, a lot of us that don't
Mhm.
want to do that. That's more
Mhm.
admin work to the crap ton of admin work we already got. You know.
True enough. True
But
enough. I
then
mean,
you have influencers and things that have license. Um,
mhm.
can't remember, there's
Yeah.
someone I'm subscribed to on YouTube that has a license and it's in their video and under their description it shows the license they
Yeah.
have. I think they had 3 different music licenses so they can use all this music right
Mhm.
about getting copyright strike.
Yeah.
I
I
mean they paid
know.
for
I know one person I watch. Maybe you've seen him. What is his name? Let me look him up. He does a lot of Star Wars um and Halo stuff. Um, what was his name? Uh, let's see. I'm gonna try to find him again. Eckhart Slatter. I'm not sure if you've heard of him, but Eckhart Slatter. He does have at least one band that pretty much gave him absolute exclusive use to, one song because it's not part of a big album or whatever.
it.
But I mean, obviously, he gets struck for it. He does get struck from it, but he does also prove through appeals that, hey, I have the right to use these,
Yeah.
to use this particular song. So it's
And
like,
that's the funny thing. Like, even though you can list your licenses in your description, and you're still going to get popped.
mm,
And then you still have to dispute it, and then it's.
yeah.
I actually just got a dispute back.
Oh,
And I didn't win this one, but we'll have to go back into when they're like, oh, they're trying to say it's still the song. And I'm like, it's not. It's just hard to hear the song in the video. All you hear in it is pretty much the instrumental. That's what they're saying. This is our song.
Right.
Parody is right in the fair use law,
Yeah.
But they're still trying. Well, it has our melody. Obviously, it has the melody because it's a freaking parody.
Yeah, it's just interesting because, like, I'm wondering how many people are actually going to go through with the work to realistically be able to say, like, hey, we have the, because, like, I'm not sure if you saw the comment from the one Stadia guy, or the CEO of Stadia, but the CEO of Stadia made a ridiculous comment a while back ago, saying that streamers should be paying the company for, streaming this particular game, or whatever the game is, or whatever this thing is. And it's like, because they're getting these games for free. Yeah, only the top echelon of maybe 1%, 2% of us are actually getting games for free all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, why should we pay more for that? At that point.
What are you saying? You got to pay more for what?
Well, the Google, like, the guy who runs Stadia said that streamers should be paying the game company for using or streaming this particular game. Like, because they are getting all these games for free. And it's like, yeah, you look at the top 1%, 2% of us, like Maximilian Dude or someone like Dr. Lupo, maybe that's kind of true, but the lower parts of us are not getting the game for free.
Yeah, like that is absolute nonsense.
I know.
I'm sorry, that is not how business works.
Yeah.
The reason why, the individuals that do get it for free, because that is PR. That's very, very cheap PR for them. So you give these top echelon streamers, you don't even need the tippy top. You don't technically need the Dr. Disrespect. But the ones, the mid to mid high tier partners, that has some clout, that have a following, where you can just sit there. I'm like, all right, you can be a partner for our game, and we're going to give you the game for free. Not doing you have to mandatory stream for this long. Just cut that out. Like, we're giving the game for free. Can you show off our game for to your community? Possibly make a video. And to the company, they lost their $60. Basically, they just got advertisement for $60. Lost their game. And then you got especially a lot of these streamers, they might have got the game for free, but then they go and do the the secondary purchases, like the cosmetics, and buy up all the cosmetics and show that all, and spending money like that. So, like, even those really top tier echelon guys are still putting money back into the game, even possibly more than what the game cost.
Yeah, that's true.
I see it. Doc does that all the time. He gets his Call of Duties for free, but then he turns around and buys out the entire battle pass.
True. True. You see Cyberpunk buy all 100 battle pass levels every single time the new battle pass comes out. So it's like, yeah, okay.
So they are paying. They're not paying for the initial game. They are paying for their content. They're investing.
Yeah.
and then PR. So like that viewpoint is misguided because that individual obviously doesn't have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, it's the Google Stadia guy. I mean,
Mm.
this is the CEO or the director of Stadia. So
Mm.
it's kind of like, how much does he actually know when, when it comes down to the bottom line of what's going on? Because like you look at Stadia, yeah, okay, all these games for free, no download, no uploads or whatever. And yet at the same time, how much of that is really going to get invested back to you?
Mm-hmm.
When
Oh, wait,
you got all the consumers who want to get
is it
into
a monthly service?
Google
I've
Stadia?
read-
Yeah, it's a monthly service, $10, I think, a month. I think it's like $10 a month because I looked at it a while back ago.
I mean, and that's like the new marketing around, not even just gaming, just around in economics lately. Like any service is like turning everything into a marketable monthly service.
Yeah,
A
it's
lot of
$10 a
things are
month
doing.
after a trial, and you can cancel anytime. So
It's like you should pay us. I'm like, I'm like,
plus,
what are you
I
talking
mean,
about?
when
They
you
are
look at
paying
it,
you.
yeah. Anyway, I was going to say, when you look at it, you get like a bunch of games for free. That's always nice. But then they also add in saying, hey, you can also buy all these other games if you want to, which again adds to that little bit of marketing point, that they have. Like, for instance, if you wanted to, you could get The Crew 2, but you still have to pay for it, which might be $50 or $60, depending,
Yeah.
even though they market it as, oh, you don't even have to worry about downloading or anything like that because it's already on the server. But, you know what I mean.
There's another thing that's like that. What is it called? Shadow something. Shadow PC. It's a service, so basically you don't have to upgrade your PC as much anymore because a lot of it is the server side of it that handles all the most of the computing and all the graphics, basically beaming it to you as a video with zero lag.
It was called Shooturday. I just looked it up.
Yeah. With
Shooturday.
They said zero lag, which is pretty cool. So like you don't have to spend a bunch of money on a new video card coming out. Keep your same working, and then basically you're playing a video. Like you're watching the video and just playing it.
Yeah.
And your system doesn't have to do. That's really fucking cool. I thought that was a really cool concept. I'm like, I don't know exactly how it would scale to huge amounts of people. I seen AFK talk about it, or Sorcery as she's known as now. She talk about it a lot. That's what she was. That's what she was going to use instead of upgrading her system all the time. It was like, I'll just use that to play all these new games.
Right.
But actually, I can't remember the last time she actually streamed on Twitch. I think she quit Twitch. Now she's Second Life. The Second Life video. All into that. I can't believe that is still going. I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah.
What was that? Late 90s when that came out?
I believe so. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, honestly.
It's like one of those things that people forgot about, and except for their niche audience.
I mean, it's
people
like
making bank in that.
It's like, it's like RuneScape. You think about that, how long that's been around, and that still has a niche audience. When you think about it. It's like even Admiral Baru still plays RuneScape from time to time. Mostly on his rescue channel, but I see it on his main channel from time to time too.
Similar to Astron's Call, that was like, I want to say 98 or between 98 and 2000 when it came out. And that recently didn't shut down until I think it was 2016. That's like
Mm,
I was like RPGs. I was came out right around maybe.
mm,
God, that game was huge. I love that game.
yeah.
It was something you don't see a lot in character development. You could pick a class, or you can
Mm,
make your level completely manual, so you can spend your points into
mm,
whatever. So you can make like
mm,
ridiculous stuff, a mage wearing plate
mm,
type shit.
yeah.
It was really funny. I love that game.
Mhm,
I miss it. When I think about
mm,
it. I went back
right.
to it. I'm like, when I found out back in like 2010, I'm like, wait, this game is still going. I went back and played it
Mm,
again. All the nostalgia. Oh man, I was
mm,
wow. And now updates and DLCs they came over the deck way
mm,
behind, way behind.
yeah.
It was so cool to see that game.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing. Like I think even at this point, Guild Wars still has a bit of a niche audience. It's just a matter of who's really playing it,
Yeah,
when you think about it. But anyway, I mean, I don't know. We've been going for about 4 hours. How are you feeling right now?
feeling all right.
Yeah.
Probably want to get a drink soon. Right?
Yeah. I might call it in a
Flowers.
little while. We'll see. But I just don't. I don't know. It's interesting to see because I'm wondering what will occur once we you know once things kind of start, I guess, selling up. What will happen because I don't know. I'm interested in seeing like what's gonna be like. Is everything going to be changing to subscription based things, or are we going to be still having the? I don't know. I'm wondering about that.
I I think they're going to push subscription base a lot more. I mean, it's already
Mm,
prevalent. You can see a lot like
mm,
all like the platforms. Most of the platforms have some type of subscription base, like Origin, the Origin Pass,
mm,
Microsoft own thing.
mm,
Um,
mm.
does it? I think Steam has their own thing, or they're coming out with their.
It might be coming out with something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I remember reading in something while looking at my out a subscription coming, and
Mm,
which is kind of huge because depending
mm,
on what developers they have and publishers they have, instant
mm,
revenue for the publishers. So
mm.
possibly get better games out of it. Possibly, it could be.
I
You know,
mean, who knows? Like right now, Epic is probably one of the biggest pushers of games for everybody. Like right now, you could get Dungeon free for free
hmm.
on Epic Games. And last week or something, it was like Blair Witch Project and something else. So you can
You
get
know,
a
like
lot of
breathing
different
life
games.
back into the games, which is cool.
Hmm.
You know, I'm like,
Hmm.
I didn't play Enter the Gungeon until they put it up there, and I'm like, let's get
Hmm.
this. And I
Yeah.
actually like the game. I like that game a lot. It's really cool. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, I used to be uh
Hmm.
very picky about my graphics and how it looks. I wanted a more
Hmm.
upgraded look at it. I didn't really go back and play
Hmm.
games very much
Hmm.
cartoony like that is, but the
Hmm.
game.
Hmm.
And like,
It all
yeah,
depends.
it's a
Like,
game that could have.
mhm.
Yeah, I was saying it's a
It's like,
game that could have ran on the original PlayStation, but yeah, it's still good.
yeah, because I mean, I know like graphics is something people really look at now. It's like, I'm not gonna lie, everyone's looking at graphics, but going back to some of the pixel like games, it's kind of like, well, honestly, the gameplay is there. Like, what was that game? Um, what was that bartending game? Valhalla, something Valhalla. Uh, do you remember? It was something Val. I don't remember. Uh, VA11 Hall A dash a Cyberpunk bartender action. I don't know what how you pronounce that. Vala. I don't remember. I don't know what how you would say that. But yeah, that is it's kind of an older style like art game. It doesn't have like graphics that look amazing, but you know, but at the same time it's not, but the gameplay is, different enough, and it's actually fun from what I've watched, But mhm, mhm,
Set platformer,
mhm.
Transistor.
Oh,
Really nice looking
yeah,
game.
yeah. I mean,
I actually still have it. I
mm,
haven't finished it yet. I
yeah,
love that game.
yeah.
But
I don't know. Hmm.
but I was gonna say then you got really good indie games, not necessarily top tier 3D graphics, like,
Mm,
but they're really good. Um,
mm,
now I just lost it. Fury, one of my all
mm,
time. I love that game. Never beat
mm.
it, but I love that game.
Well,
it's
another game that really has that kind of, and it's kind of a niche for the community going on. I recently got introduced to it from another person that I watch. It's called Monster Train. I'm not sure if you've seen any of that gameplay at all,
uh,
but it's definitely not the greatest, like graphically, but it does have an artwork style, and it really does have like that kind of Slay Spire type style, but not exactly Slay Spire.
yeah.
It's like different from Slay Spire, but it's definitely a nice roguelike tile compared to everything else. But I mean, I don't know. It's interesting when you look at some of these games, like, you never would have thought that they would be as big as they are, but
Yeah, I mean, I'm like,
but they really are.
yeah, like Among Us is a poster child of of not having
Mhm,
crazy good graphics, but being one of the biggest games out,
mhm,
and
yeah,
being the late bloomer that it is, because it came out in 2018. It didn't blow
mhm,
up until this year. Like, yeah, when it came out, there's
mhm,
a lot of people playing it. Then it died off. You didn't really hear about it too much in 2019 and 20.
mhm. Yeah, yeah. Like right now, Apex Legends, a game that pretty much just dumped, like what, after season 2 or season 3 for a while. It's now hanging in on third place,
Yeah,
at the moment. So it's like, how is it doing better than Fortnite now? Again, now, what did and it makes me wonder, what did they change to really make it, just boom again? You know,
There's-
that's the one thing.
I think the new map, I think, really helped it. Dropping a
Mm,
third map,
yeah,
and then you have a map rotation. So it's like what, every hours a map rotate.
yeah,
That's a huge help. So you got different maps. They're familiar, but
mhm,
once you get tired of one, usually the new one's going to come up in a game or two. So it kind of keeps you
yeah,
engaged. Constantly
mhm,
rotating weapons, changing
mhm,
what's available, what gets a boost, gets put into a crate, and everything. Like, all the weapons are always
yeah,
available. I think it just
mhm,
keeps it fresh. Um,
mhm,
that way, like, it's nice to have the devotion back, but now the prowlers in the crate, I'm kind of bummed about the peach.
mhm,
I gotta go get a crate peach on now. And is it gonna?
mhm,
Well, yeah, it's gonna keep scared. I'm like, better be pink when I pull that thing out
mhm,
when I find it.
yeah,
But just doing things like that, just keeping it fresh, and
mhm,
then a new legend. Their legend roster is just it's decent amount
mhm,
now. Yeah, it's nowhere near other games like it have champion base like for
um,
Overwatch or League of Legends. I
yeah,
mean, I know that's a MOBA. No one's gonna touch League of
mhm,
Legends for the character choice.
mhm,
That is just
yeah,
absurd. Every time I try to play that game, I'm like, I don't even know who this guy is. Let's click him.
Yeah, I mean, you know me. I'm literally still a Wraith slash Lifeline main, and unfortunately, it's like the changes on Wraith really made her like fairly unplayable for a lot of people because
Mm,
she's not meta anymore. She's literally not meta anymore. But she's the one character that I know the best besides Lifeline, and Lifeline literally had not many people playing her since the beginning.
yeah,
And it's not because she is supportive. She just didn't have a lot of players playing her since the beginning.
I loved
But
life.
you know,
I never gave up on the girl. She was every time I wasn't having a good day. I'm like, all right, we need to switch back to Lifeline and put some dudes in the dirt.
yeah.
And
I mean,
when she
like
got
right now, I'm going to guess, and this is just me guessing, but I'm going to guess that at some point, Rampart, who is currently meta, will reach a point where only a niche group of people will probably be playing her or
Mhm.
continuing to play her. You know?
basically, I think what will happen to her, either they're gonna nerf her ultimate or they're gonna nerf her shield.
Mm-hmm.
Her
Yeah. One of
once
those.
that happens, people are gonna drop her. Have
Well,
it. And it's funny.
yeah.
I hope to God they don't nerf her ultimate because technically that gun isn't that powerful. It shoots
Mhm.
hella fast, but the
Mhm.
damage actually per bullet isn't that high. So if you're at a decent distance, you can actually outgun her
Mhm.
turret. but
Yeah.
it's so fun. I love Ramparts Edition because it changed the landscape game for people to actually
Mhm.
it made open field play possible. You can't just like, all right, I can actually be in the open field and go up against a sniper now because I have mobile cover.
Mhm.
And,
Yeah,
if
that's
you
true. I mean, it's like the first game no, the second game I won with a new person who I'm going to be trying to play with more. You know, the thing is, I was playing freaking Mirage, who I never play as because I wanted to do a challenge. And it's like for the life of me, I bound myself to sniper, and I ended up getting 2 knocks. One with a triple take, I believe, and the other one was with a Craver. And it's like literally the only thing that saved the Rampart from me getting a third knock was her barrier, because I literally had a headshot lined up, and if it wasn't for her barrier, I probably would have pulled off that headshot on
Mhm.
on Craver, and that would have been the end of that particular fight for her.
yeah,
So it's like, yeah, that really changed the game for at least some players, because it's like, the Craver is literally the absolute beast sniper.
the one
You
hitter
know,
quitter if you get a headshot. There's a guaranteed knock if you get a headshot with a
yeah.
Kraber. It doesn't matter how much shield you have, what you're running. It does enough damage to full shields, full health. You're going down. I know what I never tested. I never
But
tested a Kraber through the Rampart barrier because her energy barrier at the top actually increases damage when a weapon's fired through it. So I wonder if you take a
mm,
Kraber and shoot it through that and you hit torso, would it be a one hitter quitter
I'm
with,
not
with the
even
damage
sure.
increase?
I'm not even sure, because like when I did it, the barrier took all the damage. Like all 145 damage was taken by the barrier. Like it didn't even drop the barrier. So I probably
I,
would have had to put one
I,
more
I
shot.
I don't mean shooting being in opposition. I
Oh.
mean her being on your team because the
Oh.
energy top increases your bullet
Oh.
damage
I'm
fire
not
through it.
sure.
So
I'm
I was
not
just
even
wondering
sure.
if you do that with a Kraber and hit torso, would you drop? Would it be like a headshot?
Maybe.
Would it drop them?
I'm not sure. Maybe. I'm not sure. It'd have to be tested for sure.
If that's the case, that would be huge.
Mhm.
Because it's like, all
Yeah.
right, I just gotta hit you now. I don't have to hit you in the head. I just gotta hit you.
Mhm. Yeah.
Wow, gotta
Yeah.
test that.
I never thought about that. That'll have to be tested for sure. So I'm not even sure, because the Kraber is definitely a hard weapon to get for
Yeah.
sure. But yeah, I
Actually,
mean,
it's funny. I think I see
Mhm.
Krabers more than I see Peacekeepers. Every time I go
Oh,
uh, like I open, there's usually a Kraber in there. I'm like, ugh, I don't want this thing. I'm bad. I'm just bad with a Kraber. I just the bullet speed is just not my cup of tea because I like to snipe from very, very far away.
Mm, I
That's just
see.
my thing.
Yeah. No, I didn't understand that. I mean, me, I'm more of a mid range to close range if I get the chance at a sniper. But a lot of times, if I'm long range, I'm just gonna make sure my shot counts. Because if my shot doesn't count, then I'm in open field waiting to just with an open invitation of saying shoot me.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Because that's the problem. Like when you use a sniper, and I've learned this from experience, is like if you're in open field long range and you're trying to snipe someone, you miss your shot. That's just an open invitation of someone to tell someone that you want them to shoot you here. But you know, but I mean, even in mid range to long range, it's very hard unless you absolutely know the mechanics of quick scoping to realistically be able to pull off sniper work from mid to close.
Yeah.
Because it's just really it's a lot more. You have to kind of know where you have to line up your shot before you even start scoping in. Because by the time you scope in, you have to fire the trigger and and then just hope that by the time you let go of the scope, it'll actually be flying that way.
Yeah.
Which is part of the mechanics around it. And it's the same thing with like no scoping. I've seen so many people try to do no scoping because you get those flashy plays from time to time with those players who are no scoping. But again, that's another like dead set skill to realistically, be able to utilize very well.
And you kind of if you're gonna no scope an Apex, kind of
Mhm.
have to learn the spread pattern and
Yeah.
how long it takes to reset.
Yeah.
And because your crosshair is so freaking wide, and from what I understand, it's kind of random. I'm not sure if the spread ever actually resets on Apex. I think a kind of like a random number generator where it end up inside your crosshairs.
Mhm.
Not like
It, it's fairly random. I've tested no scoping with longbows before, and it's fairly random. If you are, if you're nowhere near, like, I would say 5 meter, 10, 15 meters from your enemy, it's going to randomly spread left or right or up or down. So, you know,
I've seen people
unless you're using
barrel
a
stuff
shotgun.
like that's
Mhm.
fine. Get close enough
Yeah,
to where there's like a 10% chance you're gonna miss.
yeah. Yeah. And unless, of course, you're using it to triple take. Triple take, I mean, let's
Yeah,
just face it, you're going to hit someone no matter what because that thing literally, it's just going to shoot like
that's
a
a
straight
makeshift
arrow.
shotgun, dude, all day. And I've used it
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
I
So,
just so many times I used it like that. I'm like, shit, they ran up on me, and I'm like, I don't have a secondary. Fuck it.
yeah.
Sometimes I
So,
win, sometimes I don't.
yeah. Anyway, I mean, I'm not sure if you want to go for a little bit longer. I'm thinking maybe we can take a little break, get some water or whatever,
Um,
and
no,
go from there.
I'm gonna
Or,
call it
uh,
over. It's
no
almost
problem.
4.5 hours at this point.
Yeah, no problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and call it myself, and we'll just maybe I'll probably be. I mean, I know I said for myself I was going to try to continue the show and try to keep up with things going on Saturdays, just because I think that's my more of my talk day for say. But it's up to you if you want to join again at some point. Just feel free to tell me.
Yeah, yeah, I'll be down. Just give me a
Yeah.
heads up.
Yeah,
Sure,
I will.
I'm available.
I mean, like I said, I'm on a plan. Like usually Saturdays will be my talk show day. I'm not. I kind of want to add a day, especially during Cyberpunk, to just to have something to do for talking rather than always just playing games. Because I mean, don't get me wrong, I like playing games all the time, but sometimes it's just like those days when you just want to talk. Sometimes then it's easier probably just to have those times where you just aren't playing the game, aren't playing the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just break up the monotony a little bit.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna probably find someone to host slash right now. I'll probably call it here for myself, and you're probably gonna do the same. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it here. I haven't eaten anything today. Actually, technically, I haven't eaten anything yesterday. Since it is almost 4 a.m. here.
Yeah. Time difference. We're a 3 hour difference, by the way, everybody. Just so you all know. So
These are for me. It's not a big deal because these are my normal business hours. This is the
yeah,
time I'm usually up anyway, so it's okay for me. I'm now all day.
yeah, I get that. All right. It's been fun, and I'll give you a heads up if you want to join in the next one. Just feel free to tell me, or if not, hey, we'll find another time. You know what I
Yeah,
mean.
yeah. Thanks for having me on, man. I'll
Yeah,
talk to you later.
yeah. I'll talk to you later. All right. See ya.
So yeah, guys. How's FAI? Talked about Cyberpunk here and there. We just kept going off on tangent. Um, Trying to big it back. I don't know. There was a lot of things talked about. It Flex. I appreciate coming in. Anyone else? Iron, uh, Lux or Lurks. I think Lurks is a Iron Painted Moon Flex. Appreciate all you. Actually, I never did have any. Kind of just jumped into this. I was trying to get the video right for Discord. Right. For some reason, my display I couldn't come up on. But yeah, fun chat with FA, man. 4.5 hours of talk. I don't know how long would it start. I might do a Friday stream, and I was just wait. Time I got done working on. Apologize. Definitely be streaming. Pop it right in here and in Discord right when I go. 10:30